Chapter 766. This has nothing to do with when Lanfeng. Lu Yanqing refused. Although she was not good at dealing with emergencies, she knew what would happen if she called Wen Lanfeng. Wen Lanfeng would probably agree to anything for her. Yan Juexing's face was full of anger, and he shouted, "Xian Laosi, come here." Xian Laosi stood in front of him. Yan Juexing did not say a word and directly punched. Bang! Blood rain and minced meat burst out. With such a punch, Xian Laosi completely disappeared from this world. The powerful power of the demonic fist made the surrounding disciples of Ling Fong Valley all turn pale with fright. They retreated one after another, and some people had already begun to flee. As a result, when one person took the lead, the others scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, the valley was empty. Originally, they had great hopes for Lu Yanqing's appearance, but now that they saw it, Lu Yanqing, this grandmaster, had disappointed them too much. She was so cowardly and incompetent that she had no ability to protect anyone. If they didn't leave now, would they be waiting for death? The prestige of the pillar had been completely lost. It turned out that one of the four great men of the cultivation world that everyone worshipped was like this. The blow to the disciples of the Spirit Fong Valley was simply too great. Everyone had lost their confidence and even felt sad. Originally, Ling Fong Valley had always been managed by the Xian brothers. Now, the Xian brothers were dead, and the undead were controlled by others. Coupled with Lu Yanqing's appearance, the people's hearts were completely scattered. The world-famous Ling Fong Valley collapsed in the blink of an eye. It was unbelievable. No! Lu Yanqing cried out in pain. A rain of blood and minced meat stained her body, making it impossible for her to maintain her usual demeanor. Yan Juexing said in a deep voice, "I'll say it again. Call Wen Lanfeng here." As a result, Lu Yanqing shook her head with grief and indignation. Yan Juexing immediately shouted, "Xian Laosi, come here." No. Lu Yanqing screamed and finally succumbed to his despotic power. She waved her hand to stop him and said, I'll go, don't kill anymore." After saying that, she cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Her dignified and moving temperament was lost. That touching and sad look was really pitiful. "Humph!" Yan Juexing coldly snorted. "You should have known your place a long time ago. You asked for it." Lu Yanqing did not dare to hesitate any longer and quickly flew towards the small village at the top of the medicine hut. In the holy temple of the Wen family's holy land, Wen Lanfeng's quiet cultivation place was now filled with the sounds of chains and roars. The chained Wen Rue roared and struggled madly in the corner. Wen Lanfeng frowned and waved his sleeve. Wen Rue immediately fell unconscious on the ground. Wen Lanfeng sighed softly. No matter how high his cultivation was, he felt a sense of helplessness when faced with Wen Rue, who was controlled by the demon eye. The crux of the matter was that this kind of magical technique was too strange. It directly controlled the primordial spirit. However, the primordial spirit was fragile to begin with. If one were to use brute force with their profound cultivation, they might accidentally injure their original body. In the worst-case scenario, they would die on the spot. In the best-case scenario, they would become an idiot. After trying it out, Wen Lanfeng did not dare to be reckless again. Unless someone was proficient in spells related to the primordial spirit, or Yan Juexing himself removed the control on the victim, it would be very difficult for ordinary people to cure them. It was not easy to cultivate a master of the soul formation stage. While he was frowning and worrying, suddenly there was a fluctuation in the communication array not far behind him. Wen Lanfeng turned around and slowly walked into the array. After contacting the person who sent the message, he immediately said in shock, "Yanqing, what's wrong with you?" After listening to the other party's complaint, Wen Lanfeng did not care about anything else. He disappeared, leaving an afterimage on the spot. As soon as he left the holy temple, Wen Lanfeng quickly flew in the direction of Ling Fong Valley. At this time, he was burning with anxiety. He never expected that Yan Juexing would actually kill his way to Ling Fong Valley after beating him up here. Although Lu Yanqing's sobbing was not very clear, He could hear that the situation was very critical. He could not wait to hear what was said, so he immediately rushed over. His flying speed was increased to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he passed thousands of mountains and rivers below and quickly swept backward. Because Lingfong Valley was originally adjacent to Baiwan country, the distance was not too far. Coupled with Wen Lanfeng's speed of rushing, he arrived in less than half a day. As soon as he arrived in the sky above Lingfong Valley, he immediately saw Lu Yanqing alone in the valley, confronting Yan Zhuixing and the others. Wen Lanfeng brought out a shadow and directly landed beside Lu Yanqing. He anxiously said, "Yanqing, are you okay?" Lu Yanqing seemed to see a savior. She shook her head repeatedly and said, "I'm fine. Quickly save them. They're all controlled by the demon eye." She pointed to old Ninth Xin and the others. Although she said that she was fine, her body was stained with blood and minced flesh. Wen Lanfeng's eyes were about to crack. A majestic, murderous aura erupted in an instant, stirring up the dust on the ground and causing stones to roll far away. Wen Lanfeng suddenly turned around and shouted angrily, "Yan Zhuixing, you will die today." Yan Zhuixing was also secretly surprised. Wen Lanfeng was indeed Wen Lanfeng. He was able to cover such a long distance in such a short time. It could be seen that his cultivation was high and his flying speed was fast. On the surface, he calmly said, "You want me to die? I'm afraid it won't be that easy." He waved his hand and pointed to the people around him. "With so many people to die with me, I'm not afraid of death. Then I will fulfill your wish." Wen Lanfeng shouted, and the giant silver sword flashed in an instant. Yan Zhuixing was shocked. This Jinno guy was about to go crazy. His 5 claws with black light flowing around them directly clasped old Ninth Xion's neck. "No!" Lu Yanqing screamed and quickly pulled Wen Lanfeng and pleaded, "You find a way to save them. He will kill them." Wen Lanfeng looked up to the sky and roared. The air seemed to be shaken by this roar. The people around him felt uncomfortable and deafened. Blue veins appeared on his neck. He forcibly suppressed his murderous aura, and the giant silver sword flashed back and stabbed in front of him. Wen Lanfeng turned his head with a painful expression and looked at Lu Yanqing. He still forced a smile and said, "How do you want me to save them?" Lu Yanqing was confused and shook her head to show that she did not know. Yan Zhuixing shook his head and said, "I've always heard that heroes have a weakness for the charms of beauties. I didn't expect to see this scene today." Wen Lanfeng took a deep breath and slightly calmed his emotions. He looked at him and said, "What do you want in order to let them go?" The black light on Yan Zhuixing's 5 claws converged, and he let go of old Ninth Xion. He looked at his palm and said slowly, "Senior Wen's previous punch is really unforgettable. I'm not a gentleman, so I'm very vengeful. If Senior can resist my palm and not die, I will let them go." Wen Lanfeng sneered and said, "You're just spouting nonsense. How can I believe you?" Yan Zhuixing immediately said with a smile, "I think Senior Wen has a deep understanding of the power of my devil fist. But this time I won't use my fist, only my palm. I swear, I will only use one palm. If Senior Wen can withstand my palm without fighting back and not die, then I will let them go. If I break this oath, let me die a horrible death." He was straightforward and simply made the oath first. When Lanfeng's chest heaved, after a little hesitation, he said in a loud voice, "Okay, I promise you." "No." Lu Yanqing pulled him again and repeatedly shook her head, indicating that he should not take the risk. When Lanfeng smiled and affectionately pulled her hands away, he comforted her. "Don't worry, he's just a kid. With his little ability, he can't do anything to me." Lu Yanqing asked in disbelief, "Are you really sure?" When Lanfeng laughed heartily and said, "Of course I'm sure. Do you think I will die? If I can't chase you in this life, how can I be willing to die?" A trace of helplessness flashed through his eyes. He patted Lu Yanqing's hands and walked past the giant silver sword in front of him. He stood firmly and shouted, "Yan Zhuixing, don't dawdle. Do it. Straightforward." Yan Zhuixing praised and then turned back to the people behind him and said, "If Senior Wen does anything out of line, you all immediately kill yourself in front of him." "Yes." They saluted and accepted the order. Yan Juexing nodded with a smile and walked straight forward. He was not afraid of Wen Lanfeng's sneak attack. He calmly stood in front of Wen Lanfeng and asked, "Is Senior Wen ready? Don't be so long-winded." Wen Lanfeng scolded and secretly used his whole body to defend. "Then I won't be polite." Yan Juexing raised his palm, and a layer of bright red luster surged on the surface. Wen Lanfeng's pupils shrank slightly, and the defense in his body was raised to the limit. Lu Yanqing also saw a trace of something wrong and hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" Yan Juexing would not listen to her. With a loud bang, he had already heavily printed his palm on Wen Lanfeng's chest. After that, he immediately flashed back. Wen Lanfeng's expression changed, and he took a few steps back to relieve the force. However, he still felt a strange force penetrating his chest into his body. He felt numb, and the flow of blood in his body seemed to have slowed down a lot in an instant. In fact, the power of this palm alone was not a big problem for Wen Lanfeng with his cultivation level. However, Wen Lanfeng immediately felt that he had been hit by a secret move and stared at Yan Juexing. Lu Yanqing quickly flashed over and held him and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Wen Lanfeng breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. He calmly smiled and said, "It's just so. It's not a big problem." Yan Juexing immediately shook his head and sighed. "Senior Wen, why do you have to deceive yourself? Although I haven't practiced this blood demon palm for long, and its power isn't great enough to kill someone on the spot, I believe that very few people will be able to survive for more than 10 days. Within 10 days, all the blood in their body will dry up. Of course, with Senior Wen's cultivation level, I think you can endure it for 10 days, but after 10 days, you will still die." Wen Lanfeng, Lu Yanqing was anxious, but before she finished speaking, Wen Lanfeng waved his hand to stop her. Wen Lanfeng stared at Yan Juexing and said in a deep voice, "I don't care if it's 10 days or not. At least I'm fine now. Immediately fulfill your oath." Chapter 767. "You're wrong, Senior One." Yan Juexing had a confident look on his face. He smiled faintly and said, "We agreed that I would only let them go if you could withstand my palm strike and not die. However, you will definitely die 10 days later. Why should I let them go?" "Despicable!" Lu Yanqing screamed while trembling. Yan Juexing raised his brows and sneered. "I can't imagine how you became one of the 4 great eccentrics in the cultivation world. In my opinion, Bai Changchun is the only one among the 4 great eccentrics in the cultivation world. As for the others, but it's not difficult to understand. Only people like you, who are beneficial and harmless to everyone, can live until now. Even I didn't think of touching you before, but you're still a burden, so it's a pity not to use you." Lu Yanqing's face turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She suddenly realized that her subconscious self-discipline and benevolence were just a joke in the eyes of others. It turned out that others saw her as an idiot and a burden. Wen Lanfeng snorted coldly. The giant silver sword behind him flew out and hovered in the air, ready to strike. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to let them go or not?" Wen Lanfeng shouted in a deep voice. "It seems that Senior Wen will kill me if I don't let them go. But Senior Wen won't let me go if I let them go." Yan Juexing looked back at the people behind him and disapprovingly said, "Even so, I've decided to keep my word and let them go. But it's not my business whether they go with you or not. Well, you can go back now." The last sentence was for 9th Xian and the others. He then turned around and walked toward the abode, not worried that Wen Lanfeng would attack him. He naturally had something to rely on. However, 9th Xian and the others just glanced at the opposite man and woman indifferently before turning around and following Yan Juexing. Wen Lanfeng angrily shouted, "Quickly remove the control on them." Yan Juexing walked to the entrance of the abode and stopped after hearing the words. Then, he lightly said, "Senior One, I think your memory shouldn't be too bad. I only swore to let them go, not to remove the control over them. Don't confuse things. You're forcing my hand. It seems I have no choice but to kill you." Wen Lanfeng gnashed his teeth. He had never been teased like this before. He should have killed Yan Juexing with his sword, but he could not ignore Lu Yanqing's feelings. The love between a man and a woman naturally couldn't avoid the tragedy of a hero's shortness of breath. Yin Juexing shook his head and said with a smile, Senior Wen is being too serious. Actually, there isn't any irreconcilable conflict between us. I also don't want to fight to the death with Senior Wen. There is still a chance to salvage the relationship between us. I can remove the control on them. I can remove the control on Third Brother Exine. I can remove the control on Wenrui, and I can even help you neutralize the power of the Blood Devil's palm. When Lu Yanqing heard this, she suddenly looked up, and a glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes. I'm afraid it's not as simple as you said. When Lanfeng sneered, Say it. What's the condition? One life in exchange for all of their lives. Yin Juexing waved his hand and pointed at the few people beside him. When Lanfeng narrowed his eyes, Who do you want me to kill? You Qinshou. I want you to help me kill you Qinshou. When he spoke this name, Yin Juexing was finally unable to keep his composure. His voice was almost howling, and his eyes were filled with rage. He was extremely agitated, and he seemed to wish for nothing more than to tear you, Qinshou, into pieces. Wen Lanfeng slightly paused and shook his head. Yin Juexing, you're wrong. I can't kill you Qinshou. Even if you kill everyone, I can't kill him. He looked back at Lu Yanqing and smiled bitterly. Yanqing, I'm sorry. This is all I can do for you. Everything will be over after I kill this bastard. It's all my fault. I've implicated you. Lu Yanqing's shoulders trembled, and she buried her head and cried bitterly. When Lanfeng's face was full of pity, his outstretched arm paused for a moment, and finally he wrapped it around her shoulder, hugging her for the first time in his life. He gently stroked her beautiful hair with his palm. Yin Juexing's pupils shrank. He realized that he seemed to have pushed a little too far. Things are going to be bad. He immediately said loudly, It's fine if you don't kill him. As long as you find Yu Qianshou and bring him here, I will fulfill my promise. The grudge between me and him will be settled by us. There is no need for others to intervene. When Lanfeng tilted his head and sneered, Do you think I will believe your words again? Yin Juexing shook his head slightly and raised his finger to Lu Yanqing, who was in his arms, and said, Senior Wen, even if you kill me, have you ever thought about what will happen to her after you die? Look around. Spirit Fong Valley has already collapsed. If you die, she will no longer have anyone to rely on. Senior Lu's beauty must be coveted by many. Without your protection, I can't imagine what will happen to her. Do you really want her to become a plaything under someone else's crotch? Shut up. Wen Lanfeng shouted loudly, causing the entire valley to buzz. These words were something that he could not bear even if he died. They had completely hit his soft spot. Yin Juexing smiled. He knew that his words had hit his soft spot. He said indifferently, Find Yu Qianshou, and I will fulfill my promise. And Senior Wen will also get what he wanted. He will grow old with Senior Lu. Isn't that good? When Lanfeng hesitated, he was indeed tempted. Wasn't growing old with Lu Yanqing what he had been pursuing? Taking a step back, even if he did not agree to his request, he could take the opportunity to leave and find someone for Lu Yanqing to entrust her life to. This woman really could not withstand the wind and rain of the cultivation world. As long as he avoided Lu Yanqing's eyes, he would immediately come back and kill this thief. Since you want to kill Yu Qianshou so much, why don't you settle the score with him yourself? When Lanfeng asked, Do you want me to go to the demon ghost domain to find Yo Yud? Yin Juexing shook his head and said no. The demon ghost domain has shaken the cultivation world for so many years. There must be something strange about it. Otherwise, with that kid's cultivation, how could he scare away so many spirit-severing experts? I won't take such a huge risk without knowing anything about him, so I'll have to ask Senior Wen to help me find him. There is no need for Senior Wen to worry about the rest. When Lanfeng was slightly startled, it seemed that this guy already knew that Yu Qianshou was Nyo Yud. After thinking about it, he firmly said, Fine, I promise you. Lu Yanqing suddenly raised her head and shook her head with tears in her eyes, indicating that he could not do this. Yin Juexing laughed and said, Senior Wen, you should have done this long ago. When Lanfeng shook Lu Yanqing's shoulder and said, Yanqing, let's go and find Yu Qianshou together. seeing the two of them slowly turn around. Yin Jueqing was stunned and resolutely stopped them. Wait. Senior One, you can go alone. Senior Lu, please bear with it for the time being and be a hostage here. Otherwise, won't this junior's efforts be in vain if the two of you don't return? You worry too much. I am not as despicable as you. Wen Lanfeng coldly snorted and pulled Lu Yanqing away. Yin Jueqing suddenly shouted, Senior Lu, Senior Wen does not listen to advice. Don't be stupid. I don't want anything to happen to your disciple. You better think twice before you act. Lu Yanqing's delicate body shook as if struck by lightning. She immediately froze on the spot and slowly withdrew her hand from Wen Lanfeng's hand. Wen Lanfeng looked at her with a complicated gaze. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. If it was not because he did not want her to suffer even the slightest grievance, how could a mere Yin Jueqing force him to this step? Did he really think that he was easy to bully in the cultivation world? Wen Lanfeng's gaze moved away from Lu Yanqing with difficulty. He slightly closed his eyes and raised his head, letting out a helpless sigh in his heart. Forget it. Then he suddenly turned back, narrowed his eyes, and said word by word, Yin Jueqing, I can help you find Yu Qianqiu, but I warn you, if you dare to hurt anyone here, I swear to God, even if I have to explode my dantian, I will kill you. Yin Jueqing was slightly shocked when he heard this. The self-explosion of a late soul transformation expert was not a joke. If Wen Lanfeng really went all out, he was afraid that it would be too late for him to use the blood escape. After his expression stiffened, he smiled indifferently and said, Senior One can rest assured. As long as no one forces this junior to make a move before Senior brings Yu Qianqiu here, this junior will not harm anyone, especially Senior Lu. Humph! Wen Lanfeng coldly snorted and quickly flew into the sky. Looking at Ling Fong Valley below, she resolutely turned back and flew in the direction of the demon domain. Across the vast sky, the anxious Wen Lanfeng flew faster and faster, and the floating cloud retreated in a flash. When the flying speed increased to the extreme, Wen Lanfeng suddenly felt that the strange power he had barely suppressed finally spread in his body. The speed of the true essence's circulation slowed down, and a severe numbness came from his limbs. His flying speed instantly slowed down. Wen Lanfeng's face darkened, and he tried to suppress it again. However, it had already spread, and it was no longer as difficult as when he was hit by the palm. As the strange power spread everywhere, his whole body gradually contracted, and his blood seemed to have a tendency to coagulate. After a futile attempt to suppress it, he simply stopped suppressing it and used all his strength to increase his flying speed to the extreme he could exert. A shadow streaked across the sky. The demon domain was vast and mysterious, and many people wanted to peep at its true appearance, but dared not cross it. The 1,000-mile lake, located in the center, was a vast scenery, like a bright mirror inlaid in the earth. On Obedient Island, Lady Mu was sitting cross-legged under the tall magnolia tree with a serene look on her face, meditating without being disturbed by anyone. The spirit stones given to her by Yu Qianqiu were enough for her to use for a period of time. Lady Mu was very satisfied with her current life. Although she was trapped in the demon domain, as long as she followed the rules, she still had a lot of freedom. Yu Qianqiu almost did not interfere with her at all. The sound of flying came from the sky. As soon as Lady Mu opened her eyes, she saw a figure land in the center of the island. Madame Mu quickly withdrew her qi and teleported over. She was slightly startled when she saw the person. The person's appearance was both familiar and strange to her. When she saw that it was Wen Lanfeng, she was shocked by his appearance. Chapter 768. At this time, Wen Lanfeng looked haggard, his skin was blue, his eye sockets and face were slightly sunken, and his cheekbones were clearly protruding. He was much thinner than before, looking like a living dead, especially the corner of his mouth, where there were faint black bloodstains. Lady Mu asked incredulously, "What's wrong with you, Mr. Wen? Are you hurt?" Wen Lanfeng scanned Shuntian Island with his divine sense and found that only Lady Mu was there. He frowned and asked, "Where's Yu Qianqiu? Where'd he go?" Lady Mu bowed and said, Mr. Wen has been away for some time and hasn't come back. Wen Lan Feng snorted coldly. Don't try to hide it from me. The Yu Qianshou I mentioned is your Devil Ghost Region's torture envoy, Niu Yud. Do you think I don't know? Tell me, where has he gone? It turned out that he already knew. Lady Mu immediately explained. The Mr. I mentioned is the torture envoy. He has indeed left for a long time and hasn't come back. Wen Lan Feng flew into a rage when he heard this and said furiously, Bastard! As the Devil Ghost Region's torture envoy, how can he still run around like before? What does he think the Devil Ghost Region's torture envoy is? Let him learn more from Bai Changchun. He couldn't help but be angry. He came here with all his strength to find Yu Qianshou, but he didn't expect to find him, so he couldn't help but vent his anxiety. However, a hint of annoyance flashed in Lady Mu's eyes. She thought, You're just a defeated opponent of the old torture emissary. Now that the old torture emissary is no longer here, you dare to come here and show off your power? If it weren't for the old torture emissary's mercy, you wouldn't be standing here roaring today. Lady Mu's expression instantly turned cold, and she stood there without saying a word. After calming down, Wen Lan Feng was slightly startled and knew that he had lost his composure. If Bai Changchun was still here, he would be courting death if he dared to do this. After a pause, he softened his tone and said, Lady Mu, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. I just have something important to talk to him about. Where is he? Miss Mu replied, Teacher comes and goes as he pleases. How can a servant like me inquire about him? I really don't know where he went. Wen Lan Feng was slightly dumbfounded. That kid always came and went like a shadow. It had always been him looking for others. If others wanted to find him, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if he wanted to find him, with his current physical condition, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on much longer before he found him. But if he couldn't be found, then Lu Yanqing would be in danger. Then do you know when Yu Qianshou will return? Wen Lan Feng asked without any hope. Sure enough, Lady Mu shook her head and said, I really don't know. When Wen Lan Feng heard this, his face immediately revealed a miserable expression. Could this be fate? Pulling Yu Qianshou to face, Yin Juexing was already very heartless. It seemed like it was the will of the heavens to prevent him from finding Yu Qianshou. However, he still had to try his best to find it. If he found it, there would still be a chance. If he didn't, then there would be no chance at all. Wen Lan Feng looked around in despair. But the world was so big. Where could he find him? This guy was still in an uproar before. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Since there was no news from other countries, it seemed that he could only go to Huaxiao to try his luck. Just as he was about to get up and fly away, he found that there was some qi in his body. It turned out that because of this absent-mindedness, he forgot to use his true essence to constantly force the flow of the thick blood in his body to flow, resulting in stagnation and suppression of his meridians. Wen Lan Feng immediately slapped his chest and spat out a mouthful of extravasated blood. Taking advantage of the loosening of the extravasated blood in his body, he quickly used his profound cultivation to forcibly drive it to maintain the normal operation. Lady Mu was shocked by his action, especially when she saw the dark blood clot that Wen Lan Feng spat out on the ground. It was like a jelly. However, this jelly state did not last long. After leaving the protection of Wen Lan Feng's true essence, it immediately dried up and quickly turned into a black blood scab on the ground. Lady Mu was shocked and said, Mr. Wen, what's wrong with you? Are you looking for our master to heal his injury? She could not believe that a person's blood had become like this flowing in the body. How much pain must he have endured? She already understood why Wen Lan Feng was angry just now. It turned out that he was anxious to save a life. Little did she know that Wen Lan Feng was so anxious for her, but it was not for her. Wen Lan Feng shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Lady Mu, sorry for disturbing you. I will leave now. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Lady Mu shout, Mr. Wen, please wait a moment. Wen Lan Feng was surprised and asked, What's wrong? Lady Mu did not know when she had pinched a small silver ball in her hand, but after a moment of hesitation, she still did not show it. Yu Qianshou had once told her that if anything happened in the demon ghost region, she could find him through this small silver ball. Other visitors were not genuine good things, so he would drive them away. Only people from the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest were an exception. Lady Mu, I'm in a hurry. If you have something to say, please say it quickly. I really can't afford to delay. Wen Lanfeng smiled bitterly. After a moment of hesitation, Lady Mu did not summon Yu Qianqiu. She gritted her teeth and reminded him, "Isn't Mr. Wen good friends with Mr. Nongzhu? Mr. Nongzhu should be able to find my master." Wen Lanfeng was startled. Then he bowed to Lady Mu in surprise and said, "Thank you for the reminder. If there's a chance, I will definitely repay you generously in the future." After saying that, he directly swept into the sky and flew quickly towards the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. After watching him leave, Lady Mu tilted her head and looked at the communication array in the center of the island. Yu Qianqiu had told her to pay attention to the communication array. If someone from the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest sent him a message, she could immediately summon him. It seemed that Mr. Nongzhu had also set up a communication array in the Purple Bamboo Forest to contact this place. However, she did not know the location of the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest, and it was not convenient for her to let outsiders touch the things on Abedian Island. Otherwise, it would be against the rules. She reminded Wen Lanfeng so that he could contact the Purple Bamboo Forest through the communication array. If Mr. Nongzhu heard that Wen Lanfeng was looking for Yu Qianqiu, he would definitely ask her. Since it was Mr. Nongzhu who was looking for Yu Qianqiu, she could summon Yu Qianqiu openly. That way, it would not be against Yu Qianqiu's words. Who knew that Wen Lanfeng would personally go to the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest? Obviously, Wen Lanfeng did not know that there was also a communication array in the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. But this was also good. Although it was a little troublesome, it was better than him searching aimlessly. As long as he found Mr. Nongzhu would definitely send him a message to ask him. At that time, he could still summon the torturer back. What Miss Mu did not know was that she was not the only one who had the small silver ball, and she was not the only one who knew how to summon Yu Qianqiu. There was also one in the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest, the darling of Yu Qianqiu. In the South Sea Xiaoyao South Sea, the sea and sky were the same color, and the waves were surging. The sky was blue, and the sea was blue. Between the ebb and flow of the tide, there was an island called the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. Not far from the island, shrouded in white fog, two women in shorts were playing with a group of whales in the sea. The two sometimes swam in the rippling blue waves, sometimes dived to the bottom of the sea to enjoy the colorful world, sometimes chased colorful fish, and sometimes climbed on the back of the whales to ride the waves. The two women were none other than Furong and Ze. In the past, Furong rarely came into contact with the outside world. Other than being busy in the spiritual herb garden, she would be cooped up in that small dark room. Since she met Yu Qianqiu, her world suddenly became inconceivable. In fact, life was like this. There would always be great changes because you met someone inadvertently. It was just that some people were happy, while others were in pain. The graceful figures of the two girls were drenched by the seawater, revealing their curves. The whales surrounding them were able to feast their eyes on them and eat their tofu. In fact, Furong did not know how to swim. She only learned it from Ze after coming to the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. After taking the limit-breaking pill, Furong had been stiff for a whole month. As soon as she recovered, she wanted to continue taking the limit-breaking pill to increase her cultivation. She always thought that her cultivation was too low, and she was distressed that she could not help Yu Qianqiu, so she had the heart to work hard. However, Ze was bored to death during this month. Now that she had finally caught her and resurrected, how could she allow her to become a zombie again? No matter what, she had to drag her to have fun with her first. Therefore, this scene of a spring scene appeared in the sea. The two of them could not stop giggling. Just as they were having fun in the sea, suddenly, an extremely smooth, whistling sound came from the direction of the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. The sound echoed in all directions, and it was filled with joy. The two girls on the whale's back immediately turned around. Farong said in shock. It's Mr. Nongju's voice. Isn't he in seclusion? Wow, my master must have broken through to the final stage of the soul formation stage. Zi cried out in surprise and immediately jumped onto the smooth back of the whale. Her two fair and slender legs were quite alluring when she was barefooted. Zi waved at Farong and said, Quickly put on your clothes. If Master finds out that we ran out of the formation to play, we'll be scolded. Ah! Farong also exclaimed and immediately jumped up. The two of them hurriedly took out clothes from the storage bags on their waists and put them on. Before they were completely dressed, Zi immediately pulled Farong and flew towards the foggy island. The group of whales in the sea all spat out water pillars to send the two of them away. Then, they all disappeared into the sea once the two of them entered the formation. They quickly passed through the swaying purple bamboo forest and landed in the bamboo paradise. Although this was a large courtyard built entirely from bamboo, it was all built from the rare purple bamboo. In addition, Nongju had an extraordinary eye for aesthetics. The disorderly arrangement was extraordinary and pleasing to the eye. It was like a paradise in the mortal world. The two of them looked at each other. Zi pointed at Nongju's Langxian courtyard. The two of them carefully stepped on the scattered purple bamboo leaves, giving off a feeling of being thieves. I told you to practice diligently. Did you run out to play with Farong again? Her voice carried the majesty of a master. However, the person who suddenly appeared at the entrance of Langxian courtyard did not look like a master at all. She lazily leaned against the entrance and had a lazy expression on her face. She looked extremely handsome. Who else could it be other than Nongju? Chapter 769. The two girls stole a glance at each other. Farong's face seemed to be a little worried. He pouted and said, Master, before you came out of seclusion, disciple had been diligently cultivating. It's just that you didn't see it. It just so happens that Farong has passed another month of stiffness. I want to take her to exercise her body. It wasn't easy for me to find it, but who knew that I would be discovered by you? Hearing this, Nongju immediately rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. So, you have been practicing hard. Am I wronging you? Zi nodded silently, as if she was saying, You have wronged me. Who knew that there would be a blur in front of Zi's eyes, and there would be a bang sound on Zi's forehead. Zi took a few steps back in pain. She grimaced in pain as she looked at Nongju, who had teleported over. He had just been rewarded with a field snail by his master. Nongju stared at her coldly and said in a low voice, Ever since you left the purple bamboo forest, you have become more and more interesting. Where is the diligent apprentice? Then, when I was cultivating day and night, didn't you always tell me that high cultivation doesn't mean everything and that I have to be quick-witted? You also tell me to play more often. Don't just focus on training like an idiot, he muttered with a wronged expression. Humph. Now that you've left the cultivation world, there's no one to support us anymore. Now that the cultivation world was in troubled times, if he didn't learn more, he would be the one to suffer. Even a playful person like me has started to work hard. How can you be lazy? Nongju reprimanded. Zi put down the hand that was rubbing her forehead, and her eyes lit up as she said, Master, have you already broken through to the soul formation final stage? Hearing this, Nongju immediately coughed and said proudly, Of course, your master's aptitude is very rare in this world. Breaking through to the soul formation final stage is a piece of cake. Wow! Zi screamed and rushed over. She held Nongju's arm and said excitedly, Master, I admire you so much. In my heart, you are the second senior by. Hee. Nongju immediately beamed with joy. Which father in the world did not want to be adored by his children? However, after laughing for a while, the expression on his face suddenly froze. He glared at Zi and scolded, Girl, have you been influenced by Yu Qianshou? How dare you try to flatter him and change the topic? Zi stuck out her tongue and hurriedly retreated a few steps. When Nongju snorted coldly, she suddenly looked up into the sky. The two girls also looked up. They saw a figure flying over the purple bamboo forest looking down and reading aloud. Nongju, are you here? Wen Lanfeng is here to visit. After the three of them saw Wen Lanfeng's appearance, they were all shocked. At this time, Wen Lanfeng only had the rough outline of Wen Lanfeng's original appearance. There was no trace of his previous handsome appearance. His entire person was like a living corpse. Nongju quickly casts an incantation to the big formation, and an entrance appears in the white fog that shrouds the entire island. Wen Lanfeng swooped in and stood directly in front of the three. After seeing his appearance face to face, the three of them were even more shocked. Not to mention that his skin had turned blue and black, especially the black blood at the corner of his mouth. It was extremely eye-catching. Nongju cried out involuntarily, Wen Lanfeng, are you poisoned? Wen Lanfeng shook his head and said, Nongju, help me find Yu Qianqiu first. I have an urgent matter to discuss with him. Find Yu Qianqiu? Nongju looked at him suspiciously. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows and said, could it be that something happened to Lu Yanqing, and you were also involved? Wen Lanfeng was stunned and said in surprise, how do you know? It seems that my guess is correct. Nongju snorted coldly and stared at him. She shook her head and said regretfully, I really don't know what to say to you two. In fact, I have long guessed that this day would come. In the past, there was old by who deterred the world, so no one dared to go too far. That's why I allowed you two to keep entangling with each other. Wen Lanfeng, your cultivation is too high, so there must be people who see you as a stumbling block. Now that Old Bai has left, there will naturally be people who are dishonest. Sooner or later, they will use Lu Yanqing to deal with you. Say it. Who is the one who attacked you this time? Is it Fatty Pei's group? He guessed the front part correctly, but not the back part. Wen Lanfeng stared at Nongju for a while. After a long time, he said with grief and indignation, Nongju, since you knew this day would come, why didn't you remind me earlier? Come on, touch your conscience and ask yourself. Even if I told you earlier, would you listen? If I asked you to leave Lu Yanqing, would you agree? Nongju scolded with a pained expression. Wen Lanfeng's expression was stiff. He asked himself if what Nongju said was true. If Nongju said such words in the past, he was afraid that he would fall out with him and not even be friends. Then he smiled sadly and said, even if Yin Juexing didn't do it, Yanqing and I would end up like this sooner or later. What do you think? Nongju snorted coldly. Then he was stunned and said, Wen Lanfeng, what did you say? You said it was Yin Juexing who did it? Hasn't that guy been crippled by Yu Qianqiu? Wen Lanfeng nodded sadly and said, yes, it was Yin Juexing. He immediately told the story, which made the three people speechless. No one thought that after Yin Juexing was seriously injured, he could recover in such a short time. Moreover, his cultivation had broken through to the early stage of deity stage. It was incredible. Nongju let out a breath of cold air and said, what a powerful demonic art. I thought that Yu Qianqiu was exaggerating and actually wanted to use everyone's knife to kill people. I didn't expect it to be as that guy said. Wen Lanfeng, if you knew this, you shouldn't have stopped Yu Qianqiu at the cornucopia. Wen Lanfeng smiled bitterly and said, I also regret it, but it's too late to say anything now. Nongju, you'd better find a way to help me find Yu Qianqiu first. If Yin Juexing can't see Yu Qianqiu, Lu Yanqing will be in danger. These words made the two women a little unhappy. Furong's pretty face was frosty and unhappy, while Zi pouted and said, Senior one, aren't you pushing Yu Qianqiu into the fire? Yin Juexing is so powerful. If Yu Qianqiu goes, isn't he courting death? Wen Lanfeng was speechless. He also knew that it was not benevolent to do this, but what could he do? Nongju waved her hand to stop Zi from speaking again. She frowned and said, at this point, if we want to save people, I'm afraid we really need Yu Qianqiu to come forward. Besides, with that guy's temper, if he knew that the two women entrusted to Lu Yanqing were controlled by Yin Juexing, and we didn't tell him, once something happened to those two women, I'm afraid that Brat would remember our enmity for the rest of his life. That guy is a ruthless person. If things get out of hand, he could do anything. Hey, Wen Lanfeng, have wronged him. If anything happens to him, Wen Lanfeng will definitely die to apologize. Wen Lanfeng said with shame. As soon as he finished speaking, the breath in his body stagnated again. He hit his chest with his palm and spat out a mass of black blood. It sizzled on the ground and instantly dried up into a black blood scab, which made everyone's heart jump. Nongzhu glanced at the black smoke on the ground and sneered. Apologize with death? Forget it. You're going to die anyway. What's the point of saying this now? Let's think of a way to save people first. Besides, that guy's life is stinky and long. Even if you die, you may not die. Hey, didn't you say that Yin Jueqing already knows that Yu Qianqiu is Nyoyid? If you want to find Yu Qianqiu, why don't you go directly to the demon ghost domain? Wen Lanfeng smiled bitterly and said, I came from the demon ghost domain. That guy has left the demon ghost domain for a long time and hasn't returned. I found out from Madame Mu's mouth that only you know where he went. Nongzhu was stunned and said, Nonsense. That guy comes and goes like a ghost. How can I know where he went? Furong and Zi looked at each other and made a wish in their hearts not to find Yu Qianqiu. When Lanfeng's thin face twitched and he said painfully, Nongzhu, I know you're worried about Yu Qianqiu's safety. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you, Qianqiu, even if I have to die. You're already half a step into the coffin, and you're still talking nonsense. Do you think I'm what you think I am? Nongzhu rolled her eyes and frowned. She thought, it's strange. What's wrong with Miss Mo? Why did she say that I know where Yu Qianqiu is? No, I have to go and ask her. As soon as she turned around, she looked back at Wen Lanfeng and asked worriedly, You can still lose your temper. You won't die so early, will you? Wen Lanfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, You'd better help me find Yu Qianqiu. I can hold on for at least 10 more days. I won't die for the time being. Nongzhu shook her head and said, Since you can't solve this blood devil palm with your cultivation, I can't do anything about it. It seems that I have to settle the matter in Ling Fong Valley first, and then let great miracle Dr. Lu do it herself. After that, she went to the backyard. On Shuntian Island in the Demon region, Miss Mu, who had been waiting by the communication array, was speechless when she received Nongzhu's message. After contacting her, Miss Mu took out the small silver ball that Yu Qianqiu had given her Lust City in the Eastern Holy Land. Yu Qianqiu had been bored to death during this period of time. Every day, he would walk the streets with a few people to spend money or go to the fence to watch bloody fights. Almost every day, he would go to the underground palace under the garden of the city lord's mansion to ask Huang Tian about the purple flame. In the end, he decided to be brazen and simply sat in Huang Tian's clothing shop. Huang Tian's hair was about to explode from his urging. He had never seen such a clingy fellow. In the end, Huang Tian was convinced by this master. He might as well chat with him. Otherwise, his scalp would go numb because of his nagging. This was to Yu Qianqiu's liking. He was quite interested in the matters of the Eastern Holy Land and the immortal world. On this day, the two of them sat together in the ready-made clothing shop again. 2 chairs were facing each other, and a small table was placed in the middle. Just as they were chatting happily, the takeaway from Heavenly Fragrance restaurant arrived, so the small table was filled with food, and the one who paid was Huang Tian. Yu Qianqiu grabbed a bird wing and took a bite of the meat. His eyes lit up as he chewed, and he asked, Immortal Monarch, Dancing Ji is a great beauty? Are her breasts big? Are her buttocks perky? How about her figure? Chapter 770. Speaking of Huang Tian eating bird wings, he was really good at it. Maybe he practiced it out of boredom, but it made Yu Qianqiu exclaim in amazement. He stuffed a whole bird wing into his mouth, chewed for a while, and immediately separated the bone and flesh. The meat went into his stomach, and what came out was a clean bone without any shred of meat. Huang Tiangang had just swallowed a bird wing into his mouth to chew when he suddenly heard Yu Qianqiu ask such a question. His eyes immediately bulged out, and the entire bird wing accidentally slipped into his throat. Under the discomfort, he spat it all out and touched his neck while coughing. Yu Qianqiu was completely dumbfounded with a face full of yellow and white meat. He wiped away the minced meat on his eyebrows and slowly removed the bone from his braids. Then, He looked at the food and wine on the table that were contaminated. His face immediately darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "Old man Huang Tian, what do you mean? You and I are in a cooperative relationship. Don't think that you can insult people just because your cultivation is high. I won't fall for it." After coughing for a while, Huang Tian waved his hand and hissed, "Be careful with your words. Be careful of the eavesdroppers. How can you talk nonsense about a mortal monarch?" Yu Qianqiu didn't say anything else. He went to the shelf in the shop and found a good piece of cloth. He tore off a piece of cloth and wiped his face. His braids swayed wildly as he shook off the meat dregs on his hair. When he was almost done, he tore off another piece of cloth to wipe the grease on his hands. As he wiped, he snorted, "You said that Ji Wu is a beauty. In my eyes, those without breasts and buttocks aren't considered beauties. Can I ask, with your little guts, you want to sneak out of the heaven and earth formation? My little ancestor, be careful with your words. Be careful with your words." Huang Tian stood up and walked over quickly. With a worried expression, he advised him to stop. His action was almost like he wanted to stuff the cloth in Yu Qianqiu's hand into his mouth. "Chi!" Yu Qianqiu sneered and casually tossed the cloth on the ground. He looked at the dishes on the small table and waved his hand, saying, "My elegant mood has been completely defeated by you. I'll be leaving first. Hurry up and find out more about that matter." With that said, he walked out with his hands behind his back. Huang Tian was speechless as he looked at the two pieces of cloth on the ground. During this time, he had learned his lesson. Although his cultivation was much higher than his, and in the eyes of ordinary people, he would be frightened to the point of trembling with fear. However, this guy completely ignored these things and pestered him every day, making it seem as if he owed him a lot of money. Not only did he choose the best food and drinks every day, he brought a group of natives to of Huang Tian of the city. Huang Tian, suddenly of Huang of the Tian. Huang of all, I'll endure. As long as I leave the heaven and earth formation, I'll kill this brat. Huang Tian thought. How could Yu Qianqiu not know what Huang Tian was planning by swallowing his anger? However, he didn't point it out. Since it was like this, he wouldn't be polite. He was now staying in the best inn and eating the best restaurant with Boli and the others. In any case, he didn't have to pay for it himself. As long as Yellow Sand City had it and felt that Utopia needed it, he would put the bill on Huang Tian's head and send the items back to Utopia. Yu Qianqiu felt that he was a man who cared about his family. After a period of time, Boli and the others lived comfortably. They were so happy that they forgot about home. No one mentioned when they would return to the cannibals' tribe. The entire Yellow Sand City. Take what you should take, eat what you should eat. Everything was free. Following Yu Qianqiu every day, eating and drinking well, that was great. Swaying out of the boutique, he frowned slightly and quickened his pace. He quickly returned to his inn, closed the door, and disappeared from the house. As soon as he returned to Obedient Island, he saw Lady Mu waiting for him. Yu Qianqiu looked around and did not find anything unusual. He asked suspiciously, "Lady Mu, did something happen?" Lady Mu stared dumbfoundedly at Yu Qianqiu's cool hairstyle and bronze-colored skin. After a long while, she told her in detail how when Lan Feng came to find her, how she sent him to the purple bamboo forest in the South Sea, and how she received Nongzhu's inquiry. When Lan Feng is injured with his cultivation, who else in the cultivation world can hurt him? Yu Qianqiu was stunned for a moment. Then he said with slight surprise, "Did something happen in Lingfeng Valley?" His first reaction was almost the same as Nongzhu's. "You look out for the house. I'll go to the South Sea purple bamboo forest." Yu Qianqiu casually said and immediately disappeared. In the bamboo lang paradise, Nongzhu flashed back from the backyard with a gloomy face. Hibiscus and Zi looked at each other in confusion. When Lan Feng could not wait to ask, "Nongzhu, how is it? Is there any news about Yu Qianqiu?" With a gloomy face, Nongzhu said in a low voice, "Now I really suspect that Old Bai has entrusted the demon ghost domain to the wrong person. I don't know where that bastard has gone. He has left the demon ghost domain for a long time and has never come back. He is really relaxed." The meaning of this sentence was obvious. It meant that there was no news about Yu Qianqiu. Z, E, and Hibiscus were slightly relieved. This was what they hoped for. As for whether the demon region was entrusted to the wrong person, the two women had no idea. When Lanfeng's face was filled with desolation, Nongzhu's answer was the same as his. He could not help but say helplessly, "Nongzhu, think about it again. Who else could possibly know where Yu Qianqiu is?" Nongzhu was silent for a while. She shook her head slightly and said, "I don't know." Then a fierce look flashed in her eyes, and she snorted. "Isn't it just Yin Juexing? Since when did he have the turn to show up in the cultivation world? Wait for me to meet him. I don't believe that I can't deal with him. Let's go to Spirit Fong Valley." "No." When Lanfeng hurriedly dissuaded, "I am worried that Lu Yanqing has become a hostage in his hands. If we go back, he will not see Yu Qianqiu. I am afraid that he will kill Lu Yanqing." When Lanfeng, "Wake up!" Nongzhu turned around and shouted angrily. She pointed at Wen Lanfeng and said bitterly, "A man should stand up to heaven and earth. There are things that he can do and things that he can't. Do you still care about this at this time? The more you are afraid of being controlled by others, the more you will be controlled by others. Let me tell you, I am not afraid to break your fantasy. Since Yin Juexing dares to do this, he will not leave any future trouble. He will not let you and Lu Yanqing go. Even if Yu Qianqiu goes there, he will not let Lu Yanqing go. Wake up." "No." Wen Lanfeng shook his head and said, "I can't take this risk. If I don't try, how do I know there is no chance? As long as I find Yu Qianqiu, there may be hope." "You." Nongzhu was speechless. She waved her hand and scolded, "Fuck you. Go find whoever you want. I will go by myself. If I can't deal with Yin Juexing, I don't want to live in the cultivation world anymore." Then he was about to leave. Unexpectedly, when Lanfeng teleported and grabbed his arm, he shook his head sadly and said, "Nongzhu, you can't do this unless it's the last resort. Go away." Nongzhu shouted. However, Wen Lanfeng did not let go. As a result, the two of them were in a stalemate. Wen Lanfeng immediately looked at Nongzhu in surprise and said, "You have broken through to the last stage of Huashan realm?" Nongzhu was speechless. "You just found out now. You're really blinded by lust." Zi and Furong did not know what to do with these two elders. They could not help anyone, nor could they persuade anyone. At this moment, in the depths of the swaying bamboo forest outside Zhulang Paradise, someone suddenly said, "Who has broken through to the last stage of Huashan realm? So awesome. Is it Senior Nongzhu?" The voice was very familiar to everyone present. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure faintly swaying in the bamboo forest. Dong, dong, dong. The hollow sound of someone flicking a bamboo joint was heard. Then the person said, "This purple bamboo is so King beautiful. Senior Nongzhu, you can't keep it to yourself. You have to give me some. It is said that bamboo represents a gentleman." Shuntian Island really needs some bamboo to set off my image. Humble bamboo has leaves that lower its head, but proud plum has no flowers that raise its head. TSK, TSK. It is a perfect match for me. I also need to transplant some plum blossoms from a ghost manor. This kind of incongruous style of swearing mixed with politeness made them look at each other. It would be strange if they did not know who it was. The four of them almost said in unison, "Yu Qianqiu." They saw Yu Qianqiu swaying out of the bamboo forest path with his hands behind his back. He probably did not know how shocking his dazzling appearance was. In short, they were all dumbfounded. The small braids on his head were very eye-catching. In addition to his bronze skin, it was almost impossible to recognize him. This was still good. No matter what, he was wearing clothes. If he was wearing skimpy clothes made of cannibals, he would have shocked everyone. Hibiscus looked at her man in surprise. Zi's eyes were sparkling with curiosity. She flashed over and grabbed the small braids on Yu Qianqiu's head. She said in surprise, "Yu Qianqiu, how did you mess your hair like this? It's so ugly. Go." Yu Qianqiu pushed her hand away and snorted. "Men and women should not touch each other. You are not allowed to touch me without my permission." Zi had already trained her face to be thick. She pretended not to hear him and stared at his head. The two of them walked into the blessed land of bamboo. Hibiscus came over excitedly. Yu Qianqiu pulled her hand and smiled. Are you used to this place? No one bullied you, right? Hibiscus nodded and shook her head. In short, she was very happy. Nongzhu stared at Yu Qianqiu's braids for a long time. She asked dully, Where did you go? How did you end up like this? Yu Qianqiu slowly let go of Hibiscus's hand. His face was a bit sinister. He squinted at Lanfeng and said in a deep voice, It seems that Senior Wen's injury is not light. I heard that Senior Wen is looking for me everywhere. What can I do for you? Wen Lanfeng was also shocked by his hairstyle. He did not know what he was playing at. At this time, he came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Yu Qianqiu, quickly follow me to Ling Fong Valley. We can talk on the way. No hurry. It's not too late to go after we figure things out. Yu Qianqiu said calmly. It was not good to force him. When Lanfeng immediately told him what had happened. As a result, Yu Qianqiu laughed coldly. After listening to it, he sneered and said, It's really 3 days without a beating to tear the tiles off the roof. You jumped quite high. You dog. It's good enough that I didn't look for you. But you took the initiative to look for me. Good. You've grown up. Chapter 771. The gloominess in his tone was so strong that it made people feel that he was suppressing his desire for revenge. However, this atmosphere was destroyed by Zi Yi's words. What do you mean by 3 days without a beating? Zi Yi asked curiously. Yu Qianqiu's expression froze, and he rolled his eyes and ignored it directly. When Lanfeng was delighted by his words and said hurriedly, In that case, let's not delay and go to Ling Fong Valley quickly. Nongzhu frowned and said, Yu Qianqiu, don't be careless. Yin Zhuixing is not the same as before. You just need to show your face and calm him down first. Leave the action to me. Yu Qianqiu pondered for a moment, then waved his hand non-committally and said, You go first. I'll be there later. When Lanfeng and Nongzhu were stunned at the same time, and the former said anxiously, Let's go together. If Yin Zhuixing sees that I don't take you back with me, Lu Yanqing and the others will be in danger. It would have been better if she didn't say that, but it immediately made Yu Qianqiu furious. He stared at Wen Lanfeng with a fake smile and snorted coldly. It's my fault for being blind and overestimating the 4 great men of the cultivation world. They are really extraordinary. The 10 pots of blood orchid that I gave you, you gave them to Yin Zhuixing to make him arrogant. The 2 people I entrusted to you to take care of, you also sent them to Yin Zhuixing as hostages. I asked for it. You have taken a fancy to me, so I can't not go. If you have the ability to control me, use it on Yin Zhuixing. When Lanfeng was ashamed and embarrassed by his sarcasm, Nongzhu immediately frowned and shouted, Yu Qianqiu, it has happened. Why are you still talking nonsense? Let's go together, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yu Qianqiu sucked in a deep breath. After slightly calming down the rage that filled his belly, he said coolly, That bastard underestimated me too much to actually play hostage threat with your father. Haha, I found a wrong opponent. But I fought with that kid before, and that guy's blood escape is indeed strange. Since he dared to bully me today, if I don't kill him, I'll be making things difficult for myself. Besides, I have other important things to do. I don't have that much time to play house with him. You guys go first, I'll go find a helper. In short, I won't let him escape again this time. Don't look at me, you guys go first, I'll take a shortcut and arrive before you. The 2 of them were speechless. Such a thorny matter, and this fellow actually said it was a child's play. Wasn't his tone a little too arrogant? What they didn't know was that Yu Qianqiu's current level of play was no longer the same as before. Before he came here, he was still sitting with a great immortal stage immortal, eating, drinking, and bragging. Now, he really didn't have any interest in soul formation stage fights. Zi's eyes flashed with a trace of admiration when she heard him speak so confidently. She thought, as expected of Elder Bai's disciple. Shortcut. When Lanfeng's expression twitched, he subconsciously looked up at the surrounding sky. Could it be that the route of flying in the air was not a straight line distance, but a closer distance than a straight line? Nongzhu, on the other hand, was lost in thought. She knew that Yu Qianshou had a secret method to escape, but she was confused about the helper that Yu Qianshou mentioned. Who was the helper that Yu Qianshou mentioned? She pulled Wen Lanfeng and said, "Let's go. He won't be later than us." This. Wen Lanfeng still didn't believe it. He said excitedly, "Master, I want to go too." As a result, Nongzhu glared at them and reprimanded. "You two girls stay here obediently. You're not allowed to break out of the array before I come back, or I won't forgive you." After that, he ignored Ziyi's aggrieved face and shouted to Wen Lanfeng, "Don't dawdle. Let's go." The latter had no choice but to follow Nongzhu to the sky, flying quickly in the direction of Lingfeng Valley. "Are you leaving again? Is it dangerous?" Furong asked worriedly. Yu Qianshou, who was lost in thought, turned around and said with a faint smile, "A clown is not worth mentioning. It's a piece of cake to deal with him. There is no danger. It's all my fault. My cultivation is too low to help you." Furong lowered her head and softly blamed herself. Yu Qianshou smiled and shook his head. He reached out to touch her face and pointed at his chest where his heart was. He said softly, "You are wrong. In fact, you have helped me a lot. Here." The two of them forgot about each other and hugged each other. Yu Qianshou smelled her body fragrance that could soothe one's nerves. He put his mouth next to her ear and gently said, "Listen to Senior Nongzhu. Before he returns, don't leave the island's great formation. Can you do it?" Hibiscus said, "Yes." He was left out. She pouted, but there was an unconcealable envy in her eyes. The two of them hugged and enjoyed each other for a while. Yu Qianshou then pushed Furong away and touched her face again. He smiled and said, "I'm leaving." After that, he disappeared into the depths of the purple bamboo forest. Furong watched as Yu Qianshou left. She took out a restriction-breaking pill and walked towards a bamboo building with a determined look in her eyes. He was dispirited. She said weakly, "Furong, are you going to become a zombie again?" She looked around the deserted purple bamboo forest and helplessly went back to her cultivation. Yu Qianshou returned to his room in the inn and immediately knocked on the door opposite. Immortal Lord Crocodile's indifferent voice said, "The door is open." Yu Qianshou opened the door and took the initiative to close it. Immortal Lord Crocodile, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, glanced at him and frowned. "What's the matter? There's something I need your help with." Yu Qianshou sat down next to him and looked at him. Immortal Lord Crocodile asked curiously, "Is there anything in Lust Soil City that Yellow Sky can't help you with?" Yu Qianshou smiled and transmitted his voice. "I want to go out of the Eastern Holy Land to kill someone. Please help me hold the fort." "What do you mean? Speak clearly." Immortal Lord Crocodile was confused. Yu Qianshou raised his eyebrows and transmitted his voice coldly. "I just received news that my woman was kidnapped by an old enemy. It's not that I'm afraid of that guy, but that guy's cultivation technique is very strange. The last time we fought, it looked like he was going to die, but who knew that he would use some blood escape and disappear without a trace? This time, I'm asking for your help mainly to block him at the critical moment. Don't let him escape again." "Blood escape?" Immortal Lord Crocodile was stunned at first. Then, he said in surprise, "You mean the blood escape of the Devil God?" "Devil God?" Yu Qianshou stared blankly for a moment before saying, "I don't know if he's of the same bloodline as the Demon God, but that guy took out his severed arm and exploded it into a bloody mist. He shouted blood escape before disappearing." Immortal Lord Crocodile said solemnly, "If that's the case, it should be the Devil God's blood escape. Although I haven't seen it before, I heard from Immortal Emperor Jintai that this technique is very harmful to the user. Every time it is used, one's cultivation will drop by 1 level. Usually, the person won't use the blood escape unless they have no other choice. The higher the cultivation, the more cautious they will be. However, once it is used, no one can stop him from escaping. Unless the person's cultivation is not high enough, they won't be able to escape far even if they use the blood escape. Only then can they be caught. Otherwise, no one in the 3 realms can stop him, not even the Immortal Emperor or the Emperor of the Underworld." Yu Qianshou was shocked. "So powerful? Then I can't kill him?" "That's not the case. You could just kill him before he uses the blood escape. Immortal Lord Crocodile replied disapprovingly. Immortal Crocodile replied disapprovingly. Then, he said in disbelief, I just find it strange. Why would anyone in the mortal world cultivate the demonic arts of the fiend celestial lineage? Logically, it shouldn't be. I would believe it if other demonic techniques were left in the mortal world, but the devil god's demonic techniques are the cultivation techniques of generations of devil lords in the devil world. How could it be left in the mortal world? Yu Qinsho remembered what Immortal Lord Crocodile said about killing him before using the blood escape. Then he asked curiously, Old monster, what does the so-called devil god mean? Immortal Crocodile organized his thoughts and explained, Legend has it that the fiendish cultivators who wreaked havoc in the three realms had no common master. Although the fiend celestial had the support of the entire fiendish Tao, he had no desire to dominate the fiendish Tao. He was a peerless expert who only knew how to continuously pursue the peak of cultivation. Before he ascended to the divine realm, he personally recorded a peerless cultivation technique for his descendants. It was called the Demonic Book. Those who inherited and cultivated the Demonic Book were the descendants of the Devil God. They were known as the Devil God. Other demonic cultivators should not have had the chance to cultivate the Demonic Book. Although the Devil God himself had no desire to rule over the Devil Path, his descendants did not. After the descendants of the Devil God cultivated the Demonic Book, they used the magic of the Demonic Book to unify the Devil Path and become the Devil Lord of the Devil World. However, this Devil Lord was too ambitious. He wanted to unify the three realms outside of the Devil World. So he led the demonic cultivators to suppress the other three realms. The Immortal Realm and the Netherworld fought against him and paid a heavy price. However, the Devil World without the Devil God was not that scary. After countless years of fighting, 2 Devil Lords of the Devil World had fallen. When the third Devil Lord succeeded the throne, the war in the three realms expanded, and the mortal world was implicated. Not long after, for some reason, the ruler of the Immortal Realm suddenly became Jin Tai, and the ruler of the Netherworld suddenly became Bai Qi, who is now the Immortal Emperor and the Emperor of the Underworld. It was also under the hands of these three that the war between the three realms finally ended. Jin Tai and Bai Qi worked together to seal the Devil World. After that, the Immortal Realm and the Netherworld Realm began to clean up the remnants of the Devil World in the other realms. Yu Qinsho paused. You mean that only the Devil Lords of the Devil World had the chance to cultivate the Devil God's Demonic Book? And the Blood Escape is a cultivation technique in the Demonic Book? That's right. Immortal Crocodile nodded. That's why I find it strange. Why would anyone in the mortal world cultivate the Blood Escape? The strangest thing is that those who cultivate the Demonic Book must have the help of an inheritor to form a demonic body. Otherwise, they would not be able to cultivate the cultivation technique of the Devil God. Unless. Chapter 772. Yu Qinsho tilted his head and asked, Unless what? It's just a legend. I don't know if it's true or not. Immortal Crocodile seemed to have recalled a distant memory and said slowly, It said that the techniques in the Demonic Book are too heaven-defying, and the requirements for cultivation talent are also extremely high. Not everyone is qualified to cultivate all of the techniques, not even the descendants of the demon god. Rumor has it that the most talented demon lords in the past only managed to cultivate 2/3 of the techniques, and the further they go, the more powerful the techniques are. However, this demonic book has been cursed by the demon god with the demon god great technique, and the latter parts of the heaven-defying techniques cannot be peaked at unless one cultivates the demonic book. In other words, if one wants to cultivate the later parts of the heaven-defying techniques, the cultivator of the demonic book must gradually break through the layers of restrictions according to the progress of his cultivation, or else he will be devoured by the demonic book. This should also be a way for the demon god to protect his descendants. It said that the method used by the demon lords to cultivate the demonic book is not authentic, and the real way to cultivate the demonic book is to choose a person to cultivate according to one of the techniques in the demonic book. However, this technique is too cruel, and those who go through the test almost die. It's difficult to find a suitable successor to cultivate the demonic book out of 100,000 cultivators. The demon lords of the past naturally did not dare to take this risk and only managed to cultivate the demonic book with the help of the previous demon lord. Because of this, none of the demon lords in the past were able to cultivate the entire demonic book. And those who can withstand the test of the technique are the most qualified to cultivate the demonic book, be it in terms of physical or mental toughness. There's another saying, I don't know if it's a rumor, but it's probably not groundless. It said that the son of the demon god, the first demon lord, said this. He said that those who can withstand the test of the technique will be favored by the demon god of the realm of the gods, and will be regarded as the true successor to the demonic book. In times of crisis, they will be protected by the demon god, and their cultivation speed will be twice as fast as ordinary people. Yu Qianqiu seemed to be listening to a fairy tale, and said with some doubt, according to what you said, Yin Juexing will not have the chance to obtain the help of the third demon lord to cultivate the demonic book. He was still sealed in the devil realm. And you also said that those who cultivate the demonic book must forge a demonic body. You can't possibly be telling me that Yin Juexing, that fellow, had passed the test of the great law and obtained the favor of the demon god, right? Damn it. Old monster, can you not scare me? The strongest person in the three realms back then. The successor of the fiend god. I'm just saying, don't take it to heart. Maybe that Xing you mentioned only cultivated a magic art similar to the blood escape, and the demonic codex could not have been passed down to the human world. The key is that even if you want to cultivate the demonic codex, the previous generations of demon kings were not willing to teach it to outsiders. Otherwise, it would shake the fiend celestial lineage's dominance in the fiend world. Think about it. Is that even possible? Immortal Lord Crocodile laughed. Yu Qianqiu thought about it and agreed, but he could not help but ask, have you heard of any of the previous demon kings who cultivated the little devil fist? Immortal Lord Crocodile was stunned and said doubtfully, the little devil fist seems to be the primary cultivation technique in the demonic book. I heard that it progresses to the little devil fist, great devil fist, and sky devil fist. The previous demon kings could only use the sky devil fist, and it is said that there is a higher level, which is the demon god fist used by the demon god. Yu Qianqiu, how do you know about the little devil fist? Did you hear from someone, or that Xing really knows the little devil fist? Yu Qianqiu scratched his face with a dazed expression, and instead of answering, he asked, have you heard of the demon eye? Immortal Lord Crocodile's face twitched, and he said awkwardly, all the previous demon kings have cultivated the demon eye. It is said that the demon eye has an evil art called demon eye ecstasy, which can control people. You can't be saying that that person knows these two demonic arts, right? Yu Qianqiu was a little stupefied. There was no need to ask any further. He didn't know what kind of dog's hit luck that bastard had, but he was actually cultivating the demonic book. Just the name alone was enough to tell that it was amazing. Don't worry. So what if he is cultivating the demonic book? Aren't you going to teach him a lesson? She could kill him before his demonic cultivation was complete, and there would be nothing left to do. If there is no other way, I will do it myself. I can't let a scourge like him live. Immortal Lord Crocodile said kindly. Yu Qianqiu was a little depressed. There was something he had to say, and he finally could not help but ask, old monster, it is impossible for him to forge a demonic body and cultivate the demonic book, because the demon king who can help him is still sealed in the demonic world. Could it be that he really passed some bullsh** T test and became the true successor of the demonic book that was favored by the demon god? My luck can't be that bad, right? How could I step on such smelly shit? How is that possible? Immortal Lord Crocodile shook his head and laughed. Rumor has it that the successor who is favored by the demon god will be protected by the demon god. Under normal circumstances, it is very difficult to kill him. Difficult to kill? Yu Qianqiu's face turned green. He immediately thought of the battle with Yin Juexing in Lingfang Valley. That guy had been hit by his absorbing stars technique. He was clearly dead, but in the end, he came back to life. He had never been able to figure out, but he did not expect to find the answer today. Could that bastard really be the successor of the demon god? What's wrong with you? Immortal Lord Crocodile asked suspiciously. Yu Qianqiu came back to his senses. He decided not to tell the old monster about the terrifying answer, lest it scared him. Anyone would be afraid of going against the demon god. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. Back when Master Bai Changchun was on Obedient Island, he had said that his goal was to fight the demon god. With the old man's abnormal progress, that day might really come, although the chances were slim. Immortal Lord Crocodile asked again, "What's wrong with you? Are you scared out of your wits?" Yu Qianqiu stared at Immortal Lord Crocodile and thought, so what if Yin Zhuixing is really the successor of the demon god? Since Master has the courage to challenge the demon god, then each generation should be stronger than the previous one. Don't tell me that as a disciple, I don't have the courage to defeat the demon god's successor. Moreover, the other party had already been defeated by me, so what's there to be afraid of? Master, work harder and fight against the demon god. Leave the little one to me. Yu Qianqiu jumped off the bed and said disdainfully, "Scared out of your wits? Bullsh *T. Let's go and deal with him now." Immortal Lord Crocodile also jumped off the bed and laughed. "Okay, I'll go and broaden my horizons. I'll see how powerful the legendary demonic book is." Yu Qianqiu pretended to throw a few silver balls. When Immortal Lord Crocodile closed his eyes, the two disappeared from the house. In a call not far from the center of Lingfang Valley, which was also the location where Yu Qianqiu had started tracking Exine Laosan, the two suddenly appeared. After being pushed by Yu Qianqiu, Immortal Lord Crocodile opened his eyes and looked around. He was about to ask something, but Yu Qianqiu made a shushing gesture and sent a voice transmission. Using voice transmission, we're not far from the target. Be careful not to be heard. Immortal Lord Crocodile asked curiously, "Aren't you going to kill him? Are you afraid of being heard? Are you going to ambush him?" What a joke. Ambush is needed to deal with him. Yu Qianqiu curled his lips and said, "This is called being cautious. It's not too late to make a move after figuring out the situation. That guy's not easy to deal with. Let's go. Let's observe first." Immortal Lord Crocodile smiled and did not say anything. He found this guy interesting. So he followed Yu Qianqiu out of the call. Yu Qianqiu looked around, and his eyes fell on a small hill where he could see the entire landscape of Lingfang Valley. He pointed at his feet, and a hole quickly appeared in the ground. He gestured to Immortal Lord Crocodile to follow him and walk down. Earth manipulation? Immortal Lord Crocodile looked at the hole under his feet and was speechless. He could control fire and earth. What other magical abilities did this guy have? He silently followed him into the hole. The hole behind him closed silently, and the passage in front of him continued to expand. Not long after, there was a flash of light in front of them. Two small openings the size of a head appeared. Yu Qianqiu stood in front of one of the openings and watched silently. Immortal Lord Crocodile curiously walked to the other opening and saw that it was covered by short grass. It was easy for people inside to see through the gaps in the grass, but it was difficult for people outside to see these two openings. It was really a good place to observe. This guy was really talented. Immortal Lord Crocodile looked back and was stunned again. He saw that a chair made of soil had appeared under Yu Qianqiu's butt. The height was very suitable, and he was leisurely and indifferently looking outside. "Hey!" Immortal Lord Crocodile poked Yu Qianqiu and pointed under his butt. "You can't be too selfish. Don't just care about yourself." Yu Qianqiu did not say anything. With a wave of his hand, a chair made of soil immediately rose from the ground for Immortal Lord Crocodile to sit on. At this time, the group of people in Lingfang Valley would never have thought that there were two people sitting under the almost bare hill opposite them, staring at them. On the roof of the abode, 9th XN was standing vigilantly and observing the surroundings. Below, Yin Zhuixing was sitting on a table with his eyes closed confidently. Behind him were 8th XN, Yin Yu, and the Allure Beauty. Lu Yanqing sat on a bench, silently biting her lips as she stared at Yin Zhuixing opposite her. After seeing the distribution of people in the abode clearly, Yu Qianqiu transmitted his voice. Old monster, the guy sitting on the table is my target. How dare he act like a hooligan in front of me? Damn it, I want to deal with him personally. The two women behind him are already controlled by the demon eye. They're the people I want to save. As for the others, it doesn't matter. I will save them if I can, but it doesn't matter if I can't. When you receive my signal, you must do your best to save the two women. Be careful. They're already controlled by the demon eye. They may resist or harm themselves. You must subdue them in one fell swoop. Don't let me have any worries. Don't worry. Leave the two women to me. I won't let you have any worries. I want to see what you have to deal with that soul formation brat. Immortal Lord Crocodile's words sounded like he was watching a show. He was stunned. Those two women are your women? Chapter 773. His tone seemed to be saying that he was unlucky to have two women being controlled by someone else. Yu Qianqiu glanced at him and said indifferently, "One of them is my master's wife." Master's wife? Immortal Lord Crocodile was slightly surprised. Bai Changchun's image immediately appeared in his mind, and he said solemnly, "Go ahead and do it. Although it will be difficult to save everyone in an instant, with my help, I can at least guarantee that nothing will happen to the two of them." Yu Qianqiu knew that he had misunderstood, but he was too lazy to explain now. Unexpectedly, Immortal Lord Crocodile raised his chin and said, "The woman sitting on the bench is indeed beautiful. She should also be a hostage. Otherwise, why would her dantian be sealed? Aren't you going to save her?" Yu Qianqiu's gaze landed on Lu Yanqing. Her dantian was sealed? Immortal Crocodile grunted. The former snorted. She asked for it. Time passed slowly. The two hid in the cave and waited for a long time. Immortal Lord Crocodile did not know what Yu Qianqiu was waiting for. After the sun rose and set, Immortal Lord Crocodile could not help but ask Yu Qianqiu, who was resting with his eyes closed, "Are you still not going to act?" Yu Qianqiu opened his eyes and said slowly, "It is not appropriate for me to appear first. If I appear first, he will definitely take my woman as the main hostage, which will increase the risk. Damn it, when Lanfeng's woman is a human, so are my women not? I will hold off for now, and they will suffer less." Immortal Lord Crocodile was stunned. "Someone else is coming?" Yu Qianqiu nodded and said, "Waiting for help. It should be almost time. Since the demonic book is so magical, it is better to be prepared. Saving people is a small matter, but killing that guy is the important thing. Once we do, we must eliminate him completely. We cannot let him escape again and leave behind future trouble. I don't have time to put out fires everywhere." He then turned to Immortal Lord Crocodile and said solemnly, "Old monster, you should know better than me how dangerous the demonic book is. This person cannot be left alive. If I fail, please do your best to stop him. No matter what, we cannot let him escape." Immortal Lord Crocodile nodded slightly and said, "Those who cultivate the demonic book cannot be left alive. In that case, let me do it myself. I promise I will kill him in one move." "No." Yu Qianqiu's gaze turned sharp as he shook his head. He gnashed his teeth and said, "There are some things I can choose not to do, but there are some things I have no choice but to do." He grabbed my woman. I'm a man. If I can't even deal with someone who touched my woman, what face do I have to come out? If I don't kill him with my own hands, how can I swallow this anger? Bastard. Immortal Crocodile's hair stood on end when he heard the viciousness in his words. It seemed that this kid had been provoked, but even so, he was still holding back until now. It was obvious that he was angry and about to explode. "There's going to be a good show," Immortal Lord Crocodile muttered to himself. Just then, the sound of flying came from above. In the blink of an eye, two figures landed in the Spirit Fragrance Valley. It was Nongzhu and Wenlanfeng. Yu Qianqiu immediately stood up, patted Immortal Crocodile's shoulder, and said, "The people we are waiting for are here. It's time to make a move. Help me keep an eye on them. Don't let that bastard escape." At Xin Laojiu's warning, all the people in the abode stood up. Yin Juexing, who was sitting cross-legged, flashed to Lu Yanqing's side. He saw Nongzhu and Wenlanfeng appearing at the same time, but did not see Yu Qianqiu. He stared at Lu Yanqing with a sneer and said, "Senior Lu, I didn't want to be rude to you, but I'm afraid I have to apologize to you now." He reached out and grabbed Lu Yanqing's hair. His wrist was in a circle, and his hair wrapped around his fist and stuck to the back of her head. Yin Juexing pushed Lu Yanqing out just like that. Nongzhu's eyes burned with anger when she saw that the world's most beautiful woman had her dantian sealed and was being abused. When Lanfeng's heart was about to break, he roared, "Yin Juexing, how dare you?" His roar echoed in the Spirit Fragrance Valley. The grief and indignation in his tone were indescribable. Yin Juexing, followed by Xian Laojiu and others, slowly pushed Lu Yanqing, who had lost her wits. He ignored Wen Lanfeng and stared at Nongzhu with a faint smile. "I didn't expect Mr. Nongzhu to come here. Does Senior Wen think that Mr. Nongzhu can save Senior Lu for me?" Nongzhu did not say a word. She narrowed her eyes and stared at the fist wrapped in Lu Yanqing's hair. She thought it was terrible. Yin Juexing's move was too cruel. It was as if he had become one with Lu Yanqing. In addition, Lu Yanqing's dantian was sealed. No matter how high their cultivation was, it would be difficult to save Lu Yanqing. When Lanfeng roared again, "Let her go." If Lu Yanqing was not in his hands, he would have rushed to tear Yin Juexing into pieces. Nongzhu glanced at him. Yin Juexing suddenly shouted, "Of course, no problem. But what about Yu Qianqiu? Didn't you promise to find Yu Qianqiu? As long as I see Yu Qianqiu, I will keep my promise and let her go." When Lanfeng was completely speechless, he turned to Nongzhu and asked, "Didn't you say that Yu Qianqiu would come? Why haven't I seen him until now?" Nongzhu also wondered why Yu Qianqiu did not come, but she stared at Yin Juexing calmly and said, "Yin Juexing, you are brave. You dare to take the risk alone. Mr. Nongzhu, you flatter me." Yin Juexing looked back and said with a faint smile, "I have so many people with me. How can it be regarded as taking the risk alone? But Mr. Nongzhu really shouldn't come here." "Oh." Nongzhu snorted. "What do you mean? Shouldn't I help my friend when he is in trouble?" "Haha, that's true. But because you are here to help, your calmness makes me feel a little unsafe," Yin Juexing said as he pulled back the hair in his hand. Lu Yanqing's face, which had lost its luster, was immediately exposed to the two of them. Nongzhu narrowed her eyes. When Lanfeng roared bitterly, "Yin Juexing, let her go." Yin Juexing stared at Lu Yanqing's beautiful face indifferently and said, "Senior Wen, I want to see Yu Qianqiu, but you brought Mr. Nongzhu here. This is definitely not what I want to see. You have to pay the price for making a mistake. I'll give you two choices. You kill Mr. Nongzhu, and I won't kill Senior Lu. Or you don't kill Mr. Nongzhu, and I will kill Senior Lu. You can only choose one of the two choices. My patience is limited. If you don't make a choice within 10, you can only see Senior Lu's beautiful face under my devil fist in your next life." "Bastard." When Lanfeng roared sadly and was extremely emotional. Nongzhu waved her hand to stop Wen Lanfeng and sneered at Yin Juexing. "I don't think you dare to kill Lu Yanqing. You will definitely die if you kill her." "Oh, let's wait and see." Yin Juexing smiled faintly, stared at Wen Lanfeng, and slowly counted. 1, 2, 3 for yo. Yin Juexing, you stray dog. When did you learn to count with your fingers like a child? Are you bored, or are you out of your mind? A mocking voice interrupted Yin Juexing's counting. Everyone looked back and saw a figure flashed and landed beside Nongzhu. Who else could it be but Yu Qianqiu? Yu Qianqiu first glanced at Enchantress of Allure and Yinyu. The two women looked at him as if they didn't know him, which suddenly made a sinister smile appear on his face. When Nongzhu saw Yu Qianqiu, she subconsciously looked around to know who Yu Qianqiu's helper was, but she didn't find anyone. When Lanfeng showed a grateful face and turned to Yin Juexing and shouted, "Yin Juexing, Yu Qianqiu is here. Let them go." When Yin Juexing saw the bronze-skinned Yu Qianqiu with a head full of pigtails, he was speechless. He was stunned by his strange attire. He was stunned and ignored Wen Lanfeng. He smiled at Yu Qianqiu and said, "Finally, Brother Yu is here. I thought Brother Yu would hide his shell forever, but Brother Yu's pigtails are really interesting. Don't talk nonsense here." Yu Qianqiu waved his hand impatiently and interrupted. I'm here. I don't have time to talk with you. Let them go. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Yan Jueqing immediately snorted and said, Yu Qianqiu, you are not that stupid. Now your woman is in my hands. Why are you pretending to be fierce? Yan Jueqing grabbed the hair in his hand, and with a muffled hum from Lu Yanqing, he shouted, Wen Lanfeng, if you don't want Lu Yanqing to die, kill Yu Qianqiu. Before the anxious Wen Lanfeng could reply, Yu Qianqiu had already shouted, Kill your mother. He rushed over directly with a cyan broadsword in his hand. Lu Yanqing was the first to bear the brunt. Even Yan Jueqing and Lu Yanqing were slashed together. Nongzhu was shocked. She didn't expect that this guy would directly attack without saying a word. He didn't even care about Lu Yanqing's life. When Lanfeng exclaimed, Be merciful, not to mention them. Yan Jueqing was also shocked. He didn't expect that Yu Qianqiu would risk becoming enemies with Wen Lanfeng to kill Lu Yanqing. He quickly dragged Lu Yanqing back. How could he really kill Lu Yanqing now? If Lu Yanqing was dead now, what else could he use to threaten Wen Lanfeng and Nongzhu? He immediately said sternly, Stop him. Old 9th Exion's group of 4 quickly blocked Yu Qianqiu's path. Just at this time, on a small hillside not too far away, an explosion resounded. Soil and rocks flew everywhere, and before everyone could turn their heads to look, they only saw a blur in front of their eyes, and a figure flashed past. 2 of the 4 people who stopped Yu Qianqiu were suddenly missing. Enchantress and Yinyu had disappeared, leaving only Exion Laojiu and Exion Laojiu. What a fast speed! Who was this person? Whether it was Nongzhu or Yan Jueqing who dragged Lu Yanqing back, they were all shocked. Absorbing Star's great technique. When the 2 sides crossed each other, they suddenly heard Yu Qianqiu's shout. 2 clouds of white smoke appeared in the air. Yu Qianqiu did not hesitate to sweep his broadsword at the 2 clouds of white smoke. In the blink of an eye, the white smoke followed Yu Qianqiu, who was holding a broadsword, to chase Yan Jueqing, while 2 dry wreckage fell from the air and smashed to the ground. Chapter 774. The 9th and 8th Exion brothers died, just like that? Nongzhu looked at the scattered wreckage on the ground in disbelief. He thought that Yu Qianqiu had another way, so he acted directly. He didn't expect that Yu Qianqiu would kill 9th Exion and 8th Exion without hesitation. Was this guy crazy? Wen Lanfeng also looked at the scattered wreckage on the ground with his mouth wide open. Lu Yanqing, who was held hostage by Yan Jueqing, was stunned, completely stunned. Yan Jueqing, who was retreating, was no less shocked than the other 3. He could not have imagined Yu Qianqiu's actions. This guy was simply a madman. His well-thought-out plan was useless in front of him, and all threats were fake. Yan Jueqing was currently gnashing his teeth in hatred. He had originally used Lu Yanqing to threaten the other party, but now it had become Yu Qianqiu killing Lu Yanqing. He was protecting Lu Yanqing. What was this? Give me your life. With Yu Qianqiu's roar, he had already caught up with Lu Yanqing. His cyan blade was like a phantom, and he raised it without hesitation. Yan Jueqing, who had just flashed to the door of the abode, suddenly opened his fist that was wrapped around his hair. In an instant, the broken hair fluttered in the wind. Lu Yanqing's hair became short, and she was directly pushed out by Yan Jueqing, facing Yu Qianqiu's blade. Now the situation was reversed in an instant, and his plan was very simple. Since it was fake to threaten Yu Qianqiu, it was better to let Yu Qianqiu kill Lu Yanqing. With Wen Lanfeng's feelings for Lu Yanqing, once Yu Qianqiu killed Lu Yanqing, Wen Lanfeng would definitely fight with Yu Qianqiu. Nongzhu would not be able to stand by and just solve his crisis at this time. Seeing that Lu Yanqing was about to be killed by Yu Qianqiu, Nongzhu and Wen Lanfeng exclaimed in shock, "Stop!" They teleported at the same time. Just as the blade was about to drink Lu Yanqing's blood, it suddenly changed direction to avoid. Yu Qianqiu smoothly hugged Lu Yanqing, who was flying over, turned around, and quickly swept back, passing between the stunned Nongzhu and Wen Lanfeng. Yu Qianqiu held a blade in one hand and held Lu Yanqing in the other. He stood there quietly, and the battle in the blink of an eye did not leave any expression on his face. Lu Yanqing, on the other hand, suddenly came to her senses. She punched Yu Qianqiu and cried, "You killed them, you killed them." Yu Qianqiu was indifferent and let her beat him. He just stared coldly at Wen Lanfeng and said, "Senior One, I have saved her for you. If she is long-winded again, I don't mind killing her." Wen Lanfeng's astonishment turned into surprise. He quickly flashed back and took Lu Yanqing from Yu Qianqiu's hand. "Yanqing, are you all right?" Lu Yanqing struggled to fight with Yu Qianqiu. She shook Wen Lanfeng and said, "He killed old Jiu and the others. He killed old Jiu and the others. Help me kill him. Help me kill him." For this request, in the current situation, Wen Lanfeng could not wait to thank Yu Qianqiu. How could he kill Yu Qianqiu? He gritted his teeth and gently pressed his palm on Lu Yanqing's back. Lu Yanqing immediately passed out. Wen Lanfeng breathed a sigh of relief and said to Yu Qianqiu gratefully, "Thank you. Don't thank me. As long as she doesn't hate me, I will be thankful." Yu Qianqiu sneered and said, "This is something that you could have done, Senior One. As a result, I have to be the bad guy. In the end, things are back to square one. But I still want to thank Senior One for delaying the time so that I can save the people I should save." Then he looked back at a mortal crocodile standing on the hillside with his hands behind his back. Charm and Yin Yu were unconscious at his feet. Wen Lanfeng, Nongzhu, and Yin Jueixing all turned to look at him. They were all surprised and doubtful. This person had just rescued Temptress and Yin Yu, but none of them had seen his movements clearly. His cultivation was so high that it was beyond their imagination. There was no such person in the cultivation world. What made them wonder was that this person's hairstyle was exactly the same as Yu Qianqiu's. They did not know where Yu Qianqiu had invited this monster. Yin Jueixing slowly turned his head and gritted his teeth. "Yu Qianqiu, you are ruthless. I'm not as ruthless as you. Are you so sure that I will let Lu Yanqing go?" If he did not realize it now, then he would not be Yin Jueixing. Yu Qianqiu's action of killing 9th and 8th Exian had indeed caused him to make an absolute misjudgment, making him mistakenly think that Yu Qianqiu did not care about the life and death of the people of Lingfang Valley. But who would have thought that Yu Qianqiu would be so ruthless at all costs to create such an illusion, and the ultimate goal was to save Lu Yanqing? Yu Qianqiu sneered and did not answer. In fact, he did not want to save Lu Yanqing and the others at all. He was even holding back his anger. If he really wanted to save them, with immortal crocodile's cultivation, it should not be a problem to save the others. But even he did not expect that Yin Jueixing would give up Lu Yanqing at that moment. He would not do such a favor unless there was something wrong with his brain. Since he had already done the good deed, there was no need to tell Yin Jueixing the truth. As a bad person, he naturally would not answer. "Cut the crap." Yu Qianqiu snorted coldly, holding the saber in his hand, and said indifferently, "There is no point in saying more. Today is the day you die." Yin Jueixing looked back at Nongzhu, who had cut off his escape route, and then looked at Wen Lanfeng, who was holding Lu Yanqing. His eyes finally fell on a mortal crocodile on the hillside. His pupils suddenly shrank. "Yu Qianqiu, if you have the ability, don't rely on others. You and I will fight to the death. Do you dare?" What a joke. Well, have you ever seen me need help to deal with you? It seems that every time you drag someone to be your helper, Yu Qianqiu pointed his saber at him and said contemptuously, "If you are still a man, don't run away again." Yin Jueixing clenched his fists, and his whole body was boiling with killing intent. He was completely irritated. But at this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "How arrogant you are!" A figure landed beside Yin Jueixing. He was wearing a white robe, staring at Yu Qianqiu sternly. After seeing the person, Yin Jueixing was slightly stunned. He immediately bowed and saluted, "Master." The person was none other than Bing Qingzi. Bing Qingzi's eyes paused on Wen Lanfeng and Lu Yanqing. He seemed a little surprised and glanced at Yin Jueixing meaningfully. At the moment when Bing Qingzi just stood still, a figure came quickly from afar. He paused in the air for a moment and immediately flashed to Wen Lanfeng's side. He asked in a low voice, "Miss, what's wrong?" This person had only one arm, and his eyes were shining brightly on his old face. Nongzhu and Bing Chengzi exclaimed at the same time, Li Duxing. However, before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Many people rushed over from all directions and landed in Lingfang Valley one after another. Pei Fong and others were among them. There were at least 50 or 60 people, all of whom were lords of spirit transformation stage from various countries. There were still more coming. When they saw the one-armed old man, they all exclaimed, Li Duxing. Chapter 775. He had been hiding in the ghost village for many years and had never shown his face in the turbulent cultivation circle. He had almost been forgotten by people. But Li Duxing's fame in those days was unquestionable. Like his name, he didn't care about other people's feelings. He fought alone in the cultivation circle where the strong preyed on the weak. He was invincible, and no one had ever been able to resist more than 10 moves from him. What he left was an invincible legend. Although he couldn't be one of the top 10 superiors with his cultivation at that time, no one would doubt that he had the strength to be one of the top 10 superiors. Because people would compare the opponents he defeated with their own cultivation. Maybe everyone could defeat their opponents like him, but they all knew whether they could win within 10 moves. Everyone knew that once such a superior broke through to the last stage of Huashan Realm, some of the top 10 superiors would have to give way to him. However, after he really broke through to the last stage of Huashan Realm, he brazenly challenged Bai Changchun, the torture master of the Demon Ghost region and the first superior in the world. As a result, he was beaten into a cripple by Bai Changchun, and his cultivation plummeted. If it weren't for Lu Yanqing, the master of Lingfang Valley, who brought him back to life, he might have been killed. But for the lords of various countries, Li Duxing's defeat was glorious. After all, Bai Changchun was an invincible legend in the cultivation circle. He was the first person who had the courage to challenge Bai Changchun. It was this legendary figure who had once caused the lords of various countries to be secretly fearful. This legendary figure who had almost been forgotten by everyone suddenly appeared in front of everyone today. How could everyone not cry out in surprise? The most shocking thing was that most of the lords of various countries couldn't see through his cultivation, but Pei Fong and others who had reached the last stage of Huashan Realm could see that Li Duxing's cultivation had been restored to the last stage of Huashan Realm. The legendary Li Duxing is back. The lords of various countries suddenly thought of this, and even felt that it was not the right time to come. Something happened in Lingfang Valley, which had been spread by the civilians who had fled from Lingfang Valley. For the common people, it might just be because they saw someone kill someone in the Spirit Fong Valley, so they were shouting everywhere. However, for the cultivation world who had heard of this matter, it was no small matter. Why was there someone making trouble in the Spirit Fong Valley again? Everyone more or less owed Spirit Fong Valley a favor on the surface. Previously, when Yin Juexing caused trouble, it was because Bai Changchun was going to the Eastern Holy Land, so everyone had a reason not to make too big of a commotion. Now, that Spirit Fong Valley was in trouble. Even if it was because of the favor they owed, everyone had to come and see if there was anything they could do to help. However, whether they would sincerely help was another matter. That was also the reason why people rushed here at this time. But they didn't expect to see Li Duxing reappear. Everyone knew that Li Duxing had a close relationship with Lingfang Valley. Although they didn't know what happened to Lingfang Valley, they had a vague feeling that it wouldn't end well today. At the same time, he sighed endlessly. Lu Yanqing was Lu Yanqing. There were really a lot of flower protectors, and they were all experts. Since Pei Fong saw Li Duxing, the smile on his face froze, and his expression became gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he squeezed out a smile again, walked over with a smile, and cupped one hand in the other before his chest. He said, "Brother Li, you have been away from the cultivation circle for many years. I didn't expect you to be more elegant than before. Congratulations." Li Duxing glanced at him and said indifferently, "Go away." Then he looked around and said in a low voice, "Who the hell is it? How dare you behave atrociously in Spirit Fong Valley?" Get out. He showed an imposing manner that looked down on all heroes. Last time when Ling Fong Valley was in trouble, he wanted to help. However, when Lu Yanqing healed his injury, she was afraid that he would go to Bai Changchun for revenge. She warned him that if Bai Changchun was still in the cultivation circle, he would not be allowed to show up there. As a result, he was restricted to the ghost village. Now he heard that Ling Fong Valley was in trouble again, and Bai Changchun had gone to the Eastern Holy Land. The restriction of that year had been lifted, so he immediately came here. That was why the current scene happened. The smile on Pei Fong's face froze again when he was treated so disrespectfully in public. However, he was very flexible and didn't get angry at all. He just chuckled and rolled to the side without saying a word. The heroes were silent. Bing Qingzi frowned and looked at Yin Zhuixing beside him. Although he didn't see what happened, he had already guessed that it was Yin Zhuixing who did it. Actually, when he heard that someone was making trouble in Spirit Fong Valley, he immediately guessed that it was Yin Zhuixing. He was afraid that Yin Zhuixing would have an accident, so he came here immediately. As expected, Yin Zhuixing was really here. Did you do it? Bing Qingzi asked in a secret voice. Yin Zhuixing didn't deny it. Instead, he asked in a secret voice, "Who is that one-armed old man? Why haven't I heard of him? It seems that everyone is afraid of him." Bing Qingzi sighed slightly and told him about Li Duxing's background. Yin Zhuixing looked around with his eyes flickering. He knew that he was in trouble today. The change of the situation was completely out of his expectation. Although Lu Yanqing herself did not have much ability, but based on her medical skills, the background she established was not ordinary. Seeing that no one answered, Li Duxing stared at Wen Lanfeng, who was holding Lu Yanqing, and shouted, "Wen Lanfeng, what's going on? Who did this to Miss Lu?" Lu Yanqing's beautiful hair had turned into ragged short hair. She hadn't woken up yet, while Wen Lanfeng was haggard and looked very scary. Their abnormal behavior had already made everyone surprised and doubtful. It was hard to believe that someone could hurt Wen Lanfeng. But because Li Duxing was here, no one asked. Yu Qianqiu was also eye-catching, especially his ingenious braids. No one knew what was wrong with him, and he was looking at Li Duxing with a frightening Daqing saber and pestle. Why was this old guy here? Wen Lanfeng held his breath. He didn't want to show weakness in front of the lords, but Li Duxing kept asking, so he had to answer. He supported Lu Yanqing with one hand and slapped his chest with the other. With a pu sound, he spat out a black, frozen blood clot. It sizzled and dried up on the ground, causing everyone to be secretly shocked. Was Wen Lanfeng seriously injured? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, many of them had different expressions on their faces, and many of them had ulterior motives. Pei Fong's eyes were especially sharp, but when he saw Li Duxing, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. When Lanfeng glanced at Lu Yanqing in his arms and pointed at Yin Zhuixing with a murderous look, everything was caused by this man. We can't let him run away. Everyone's eyes were on Yin Zhuixing. Li Duxing suddenly stared at Yin Zhuixing without saying anything. He turned into a shadow and directly shot at Yin Zhuixing without saying anything. Yin Zhuixing was slightly shocked, but Bing Qingzi beside him had already teleported to the air. The two shadows intertwined with each other. Bang bang, sound were heard continuously, and the airwaves were rolling like tides. The two silhouettes that were entangled together were extremely fast. It was almost impossible to see the process of the fight clearly. With a loud bang, the airwaves collapsed. The two shadows quickly separated and appeared in the air at the same time. No one could tell who was the winner, but everyone present had a different view. Li Duxing only used one arm to fight with Bing Qingzi's arms. Obviously, he was more skillful. Bing Qingzi, it seems that you want to intervene in this matter. Li Duxing snorted and then shouted, "Again! Wait!" Bing Qingzi waved his hand to stop him. "Brother Li, wait. It's not too late to take action after figuring out the matter." Then he flashed back to Yin Zhuixing. Yin Zhuixing immediately cupped his hands to Li Duxing and said, "Senior Li, please understand. Outsiders can't tell the truth." "Senior Li, why don't you let Senior Lu wake up? The truth will be revealed immediately, and I won't be wronged." Yu Qianqiu, who was carrying a saber, was slightly stunned. Li Duxing had already flashed to Lu Yanqing's side and patted her shoulder. Lu Yanqing immediately woke up. However, when she opened her eyes and saw Yu Qianqiu beside her, she immediately seemed to go crazy. Wen Lanfeng was shocked and held her tightly. However, Lu Yanqing struggled to rush out and fight Yu Qianqiu desperately. She shouted heartbreakingly, "I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you!" Li Duxing suddenly stared at Yu Qianqiu with a ferocious look and said harshly, "It's you." Yu Qianqiu immediately realized that he had fallen into Yan Zhuixing's trap. He immediately shouted at Lu Yanqing, "Bitch, are you crazy? I saved you, but you want to kill me." When he was about to explain to Yan Zhuixing, he saw that the master and disciple had flashed away when he attracted everyone's attention. Fortunately, Nongzhu was not weak either. She was very vigilant and had already teleported in the air to stop the two. Bang! Bang! Figures intertwined in the air. Nongzhu and Bing Qingzi were fighting together. Yu Qianqiu flashed up with a saber and was about to help. However, Li Duxing teleported in front of him and reached out his claw to grab him. He shouted, "Want to run away?" Wen Lanfeng was shocked. He exerted force to make Lu Yanqing faint again. Then he teleported between Yu Qianqiu and Li Duxing, grabbed Li Duxing's wrist, and shouted, "Brother Li, you've fallen into my trap." Bing Qingzi, who was fighting with Nongzhu, was shocked. He found that Nongzhu's cultivation had reached the last stage of Huashan realm. It was impossible for him to get away in a short time. He immediately shouted to Yan Zhuixing, who had flashed back to help, "When are you going to leave if not now? Hurry up." Yan Zhuixing paused for a moment and understood that the situation was critical. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to. He said, "Master, take care." He immediately performed magic ray passing shadow and flew away. However, Yu Qianqiu had already told a mortal crocodile to keep an eye on him, so it would be difficult for him to escape. Everyone was confused by the messy changes. However, from Wen Lanfeng saying that Li Duxing had fallen into a trap to Bing Qingzi telling Yan Zhuixing to run away, they vaguely understood what was going on. Just as his attention was on Yan Zhuixing, he was shocked by Yan Zhuixing's quick escape. However, at this moment, an illusory hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the distance and grabbed the escaping Yan Zhuixing. With a hoo sound, it threw Yan Zhuixing back. The figure flashed and directly hit the center of Lingfang Valley. Bang! A big pit appeared on the ground, and dust rose. Chapter 776. The sudden change was too much for everyone to take in. They looked around in astonishment, and no one noticed who threw Yan Zhuixing back. The giant palm that appeared out of nowhere disappeared as miraculously as it appeared. Everyone looked at each other inquiringly, but they all shook their heads slightly, indicating that they didn't see who did it. An inexplicable sense of fear spread in everyone's heart. They didn't expect that there was such a master hidden in Lingfang Valley. At this time, some people looked at a mortal crocodile on the hillside not far away. His face was strange, and no one could see through his cultivation. No one knew him, but his braids were exactly the same as Yu Qianqiu's. Many people suspected that it was him who did it, but he seemed to be standing there all the time, and no one saw him move. Bing Qingzi, who was fighting with Nongzhu, was shocked. He tried his best to escape into the pit and fished Yan Zhuixing out. He asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Yan Zhuixing was covered in dust, and blood was oozing out of his 7 apertures. He was in a mess, obviously badly shaken, but he still shook his head to show that he was fine. Fortunately, he had forged a devil body, or he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Nongzhu quickly flashed over and landed beside Yu Qianqiu. She glared at Li Duxing and said, "Old devil, are you crazy? You attacked without asking the right and wrong." Yu Qianqiu snorted coldly and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He looked at Yan Zhuixing and said, "Yan Zhuixing, aren't you being too naive if you want to rely on tricks like changing targets to flee? If you have the ability, why don't you try running again?" Yan Zhuixing spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood and dust. He looked at a mortal crocodile on the hillside and sneered. You Qinsho, if I can't escape, you won't have a good time either. I know all the shady things you've done behind my back. As long as I tell you, I'm afraid that many people here will want to kill you. So I advise you to help me leave safely, or no one will have a good time. Others might not know what had just happened, but he had seen it with his own eyes. The person who had thrown him back was the strange man standing on the hill. Both of the strange man's attacks were unfathomable, and his cultivation was frighteningly high. He did not even have the ability to fight back. It was not something that he could block with his current cultivation. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Yu Qinsho. They did not know what Yu Qinsho had done behind the scenes. Yu Qinsho sneered. He looked around and said, I might be afraid of anything, but I'm not afraid of threats. So what if you know what I did? I'll give you a chance to speak. I want to see who here has the ability to kill me. There are some things that need to be settled. I don't have time to waste with you. As soon as he said that, many people became unhappy. Cold snorts came from the surroundings. It was obvious that they thought he was too arrogant. Yan Zhuixing immediately chuckled and said, It seems that you would rather go all out and become the enemy of the world than cooperate with me. Do you really think that you can stop me just because you found a powerful helper? Since I dare to come out, I'm not afraid of this day. Oh, Yu Qinsho said. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at the master and disciple. He said, jokingly, Yan Zhuixing, it seems that you are very confident in the blood escape skill from the demonic book. However, the feeling of lowering one level of cultivation every time you use it is not a good feeling, right? Bing Qingzi and Yan Zhuixing were shocked. They looked at each other and couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. They did not know how Yu Qinsho knew that he was cultivating the demonic book and knew the weakness of the blood escape skill. Everyone was unfamiliar with the term demonic book. However, from the reaction of the master and disciple, they could tell that Yu Qinsho was not lying. It seemed that the demonic book was the source of Yan Zhuixing's skyrocketing cultivation. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. It turned out that the peerless martial art that everyone was fighting for was called the demonic book. Just by hearing the name, they knew it was extraordinary. However, what shocked everyone was yet to come. Perhaps it was for revenge. Yan Zhuixing immediately shouted angrily, Yu Qinsho, don't you dare frame me here. You have always liked to swindle people. If you are capable, tell everyone what is the relationship between you and the hero who is killing and looting everywhere. Yu Qinsho was stunned. He did not know why Yan Zhuixing knew the secret. It seemed that no one else knew this secret. Then he remembered that the temptress had been controlled by him, and the temptress was the one who vaguely knew about this matter. Therefore, it was not surprising that Yan Zhuixing knew it. However, he did not know that everything had loopholes. This matter had nothing to do with the temptress. Yan Zhuixing had already guessed that he was related to the hero. Among the lords of various countries, whether they had been cheated by the hero or not, they all stared at Yu Qinsho with sharp eyes. Even Nongzhu looked at him in disbelief. Yu Qinsho looked around at the crowd and snorted coldly. I have always been a person who dares to take responsibility for my actions. Since I have done it, I have done it. There is nothing to hide. That's right. The hero is one of my people. When he said this, Nongzhu looked at him speechlessly. She did not know how many secrets this fellow was hiding. The surroundings were in an uproar. Yu Qinsho was immediately condemned by everyone, and there was a lot of cursing and scolding. Yu Qinsho raised his eyebrows and stabbed his saber into the ground. Then, he pointed at the people who were cursing him and said in a clear voice, If you're not convinced, don't try to talk. If you have the ability, come and fight me. Whether it is a one-on-one fight or a group fight, I will fight with you all. His words were full of confidence, but the lords of various countries were really not afraid of him. In an instant of silence, many people were ready to make a move, but they were also worried about Niu Yu to the monster ghost territory. This made the group of people very conflicted. They wanted to fight, but dared not. The muscles on Nongzhu's face twitched, and she secretly scolded this guy for being crazy. She glanced at a mortal crocodile on the hillside and thought, Is this what he is relying on? Even Li Duxing looked at Yu Qinsho as if he was looking at a monster. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such an arrogant one. Yan Zhuixing glanced at the agitated crowd and did not forget to add fuel to the fire. Seniors, you may not know this. In fact, the current torture envoy of the Monster Ghost territory, Niu Yud, is actually Yu Qianshou. In fact, there is no such person. Yu Qianshou is the current torture envoy of the Monster Ghost territory. Everyone has been fooled by his little tricks. Once this secret was exposed, it caused a great shock, far more than the influence of a hero. Almost all the people present had been humiliated by Niu Yud in the Monster Ghost territory, especially Pei Fong. Pei Fong, who was watching the fun, immediately changed his expression and shouted angrily, "Yu Qianshou, is what Yan Zhuixing said true?" With a cold snort, Yu Qianshou suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Pei Fong. He asked indifferently with no expression, "Fatty Pei, it is true. Asking you for 300 million upper-level spiritual stones is an honor for you. Are you not convinced?" Teleportation. The crowd was slightly shocked. Wasn't his cultivation at the early stage of crossing calamity? How could he teleport when his cultivation was at least at the early stage of crossing calamity? In addition, Yu Qianshou's brazen provocation of Pei Fong gave the crowd an unfathomable feeling. After all, Pei Fong had two allies at the early stage of Huashan realm, Qi Jujuan and Ouyang De. Under normal circumstances, the two of them would definitely help Pei Fong once they started a fight. Only then did the crowd realize that they had always been used to the saying that Yu Qianshou was gifted and couldn't see through his cultivation. As for how deep his cultivation was, it had always been hearsay. In fact, no one had ever seen through his cultivation. Most importantly, if he was really Niu Yud and his cultivation was really at the early stage of crossing calamity, how could Bai Changchun be assured to pass on the position of the Monster Ghost territory to him? Could it be that Yu Qianshou had been hiding his cultivation on purpose all along? It should be known that other things could be faked, but teleportation could only be used when one's cultivation had reached a certain level. Otherwise, it couldn't be faked at all. Obviously, Yu Qianshou's cultivation was definitely not at the early stage of crossing calamity. At a low estimate, he was at least at the early stage of crossing calamity. But how could someone at the early stage of crossing calamity dare to provoke Pei Fong at the early stage of Huashan realm? Yan Zhuixing's pupils suddenly shrank. He and Bing Qingzi looked at each other in shock. Nongzhu and Wen Lanfeng were also shocked by Yu Qianshou's sudden teleportation. Even Immortal Crocodile's eyes flickered on the hillside. "Fatty Pei, I'm asking you a question. How dare you not answer?" Yu Qianshou asked coldly. Pei Fong's usually smiling fat face was expressionless at this moment. There was a faint anger in his eyes. He wanted to explode, but he wasn't sure if Yu Qianshou had the real ability. He rarely did things that he wasn't sure of, but this time he really wanted to take a gamble. He slowly glanced at his allies and gritted his teeth. "The Monster Ghost Territory's Torture Master is asking me a question. Since the two of you are my allies, please give me some ideas." The meaning of his words was obvious. They were allies, and it was time to advance and retreat together. Let's make a decision together. Qi Jujuan and Ouyang De looked at each other hesitantly. They weren't sure how to handle this matter. However, Yu Qianshou seemed to be insatiable. He glanced at the three indifferently and said, "Since we're allies, we should be punished together." The three were shocked. Yu Qianshou's words made it clear that he was going to make a move. The three reacted quickly and quickly retreated, keeping a safe distance of more than 10 meters from Yu Qianshou. The blue-faced demon saber, deadly claws, and Junlin's ruler were quickly retrieved from their storage bags. The three pairs of eyes stared at Yu Qianshou, maintaining a high degree of vigilance. Although they were all ranked among the top 10 experts in the cultivation world, they were still extremely nervous at this moment. After all, they were about to fight the Monster Ghost Territory's Torture Master. The prestige of the Monster Ghost Territory's Torture Masters was too great, especially the previous Torture Master, Bai Changchun, who had left an indelible and terrible shadow in their hearts. It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid. The atmosphere in Spirit Fragrance Valley instantly became extremely tense. Everyone's eyes were on the four people who were confronting each other. The lords who were close to them quickly retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Chapter 777. Nongju was the one who was most nervous. He didn't know what Yu Qianqiu was trying to do. How dare he provoke Fatty Pei and the other two? Pei Fong's words didn't seem to push him to the point of making a move. However, when Yu Qianqiu showed his teleportation just now, Nongju realized that he couldn't figure out how strong he was. However, he knew that this guy wasn't one to suffer losses. There must be a reason for him to do this. Although he said that, Nongju was still on high alert. He was ready to save them if he found anything wrong. The entire Ling Fong Valley was extremely quiet. Only a gentle breeze was blowing. Everyone's attention was focused on the few people who were confronting each other. All of them looked expectant. To the lords of the various nations, it didn't matter who won or lost. It would be even better if a few of them died. It would be best if all of them died. Be it the Demon Ghost Realm's Torture Master or the three late-stage deity transformation cultivators, all of these people who had been suppressing them all died. Of course, to Yin Juexing, if one of the four had to die, he would definitely choose Yu Qianqiu. As the atmosphere froze, everyone's eyes moved. Yu Qianqiu slowly raised his hand to meet the three's palm. He snorted coldly and said, "How dare you fight with me, the torture envoy? You got guts." The three of them immediately felt an aura lock on them. They looked at each other, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across their faces. Since they had been forced to this point, there was no way out. Pei Fong's fat face trembled ferociously. "Since the torture envoy is giving us face, then we won't accept guests." He stopped abruptly before he finished speaking. His gaze moved down and slowly looked at his hand. He was scared out of his wits when he saw it. His expression changed drastically. He finally found the reason why his hand suddenly became empty. The blue beauty demon blade that he relied on to become famous was nowhere to be seen. A layer of fine dust shining with blue light floated down and covered his feet. Qi Jujuan also felt that his hand was empty. He glanced at it and his whole body froze. The monarch descent ruler was gone. There was only a layer of golden dust dancing under the sun. Ouyang Da's eyes widened as he raised his hands in disbelief. The pitch-black, deadly claws that covered his arms suddenly slid down like quicksand. He waved his arms in an attempt to stop them, but all he caught were two globs of black powder. The faces of the three of them instantly turned deathly pale, and they froze on the spot, motionless. Air rushed in and out of their throats, and a sense of panic spread to their faces. The three of them only felt that they had been locked on by the other's aura, but none of them were able to sense how the other had made his move. The unknown power was the most terrifying. The power that could not be seen, could not be heard, and could not be comprehended was the most frightening because it exceeded everyone's imagination. Under the sunlight, blue, gold, and black dust danced in the air, reflecting the enchanting and gorgeous colors. However, it was this gorgeous and enchanting color that sent chills down everyone's spines. It was as if they could smell the scent of death. Without a sound, the spirit treasures that the three soul formation final stage cultivators relied on to make a name for themselves were gone just like that, turning into drifting dust. How was this possible? How powerful must one be to be able to do this? Everyone even suspected that the spirit treasures of Pei Fong and the other two had been tampered with, but they all knew that this was impossible. The spirit treasures that the three of them relied on to make a name for themselves had always been with them, and they never left their bodies. It was impossible for anyone to have the opportunity to tamper with them. Fear, disbelief, confusion, and a series of other complicated emotions crawled onto everyone's faces. Everyone originally thought that Yu Qianqiu's braided hair was a little comical, but now that they looked at the back of his unmoving figure, they felt a little suffocated. Although he was just standing there quietly, he made everyone feel like they were looking up to a tall mountain, giving off an unfathomable sense of oppression. At first, Some people were still suspicious of why Bai Changchun would pass the position of Demon Ghost Region Torture Envoy to Yu Qianshou, but now, all their doubts were easily resolved. No one had any doubts about Bai Changchun's decision. Was there anyone more suitable than him to take over the position of Demon Ghost Region Torture Envoy? His mysterious strength was enough to explain everything. Immortal Crocodile's eyes flickered. When Lanfeng was shocked, Nongzhu was dumbfounded, and Li Duxing stared at Yu Qianshou with his sharp eyes. This person was the new torture envoy after Bai Changchun. Yan Zhuixing clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white, and his tightly bitten lips oozed a trace of blood. He silently told himself that this was absolutely impossible, and that there must be something fishy behind it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten to the point of vomiting blood when they fought. A trace of desolation flashed across Bing Chengzi's face. He silently looked back at Yan Zhuixing and sighed helplessly in his heart. Pei Fong and the other two were still in a daze. They even thought that if Yu Qianshou's palm was not aimed at the spirit treasures in their hands, but at themselves, what would the consequences be? A very terrible consequence. Pei Fong smiled bitterly in his heart. He should have known that Bai Changchun would not pass the position of Demon Ghost Region Torture Envoy to an incompetent person. He had been calculating his whole life. Why couldn't he hold back? He had hesitated just now, too. But Yu Qianshou was pressing on. Obviously, he didn't intend to let him go. In that case, the three exchanged a look as if they had a tacit understanding, and a hint of fierceness flashed in their eyes. They could survive in the cultivation world until now not only by being flexible and able to endure what others could not, but also by being ruthless and daring to fight. At this moment, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and they saw the three disappear at the same time. But just when the three seemed to have moved, Yu Qianshou seemed to have known in advance, and directly sank into the ground with a swoosh. Like a stone sinking into the sea, he suddenly sank into the ground, and there was not even a ripple. Everyone thought that they were seeing things, but they really saw the ground sink, and Yu Qianshou directly sank into the ground. But the strange thing was that after Yu Qianshou disappeared, the ground was still the same, and no trace could be seen. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, three silhouettes suddenly appeared and converged at the position where Yu Qianshou had disappeared. Boom! An explosive sound was heard, and the earth quaked. In an instant, the earth and stones collapsed, and the airwaves crazily destroyed the surroundings. Relying on their profound cultivation base, they were barely able to withstand the aftershock of the explosion. However, the surrounding spirit herbs and plants were immediately uprooted by the surging airwaves. The bamboo sheds and abodes in the Spirit Fragrance Valley were also destroyed in an instant. Dust and smoke rose in all directions, and a huge pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared in the central area. The terrible thing was not its width, but its bottomless depth. The sides of the pit were covered with cracks, and some of them were even hundreds of meters long, as if a big earthquake had occurred. The power of three late-stage soul formation experts working together was indeed extraordinary. No one knew whether Yu Qianshou, who had drilled into the ground, was dead or alive. Pei Fong and the other two stood back to back at the mouth of the pit, and their eyes vigilantly scanned the inside and around the pit. They even used their divine sense to search 3 feet into the ground, not daring to miss any movement underground. However, there was a limit to how deep their divine sense could penetrate the ground. They didn't find any movement in the shallow layer, but it was difficult to spy on the deeper layer. At this moment, a majestic and terrifying aura rose from the deep pit into the sky and directly enveloped the 3 of them. The 3 of them couldn't help but shiver. Pei Fong gritted his teeth and shouted, "He's down there, let's fight." The 3 of them simultaneously flashed into the pit, and many people immediately flashed into the air, wanting to see the movement of the battle below. However, a terrifying thing happened. The entire ground suddenly surged like waves, and the tens of meters wide hole instantly merged together. The ground seemed to have never been damaged, and it returned to its original flat state. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a strange thing before. At this moment, the entire ground suddenly trembled, and it seemed restless. It was as if a volcano was about to erupt, and they could faintly hear rumbling sounds coming from below. Clearly, the three of them were already fighting underground. As everyone was shocked, the tremors underground became stronger, and the rumbling sounds became louder and louder. It was getting closer and closer to the surface, and it sounded very restless, as if something was trying to break free from the ground and break out. Everyone looked at each other. They couldn't imagine how intense the battle below was, and why the tremors were so frequent and violent. On the small hill, Immortal Lord Crocodile's eyes were still flashing, but Nongju was extremely nervous. She secretly cursed these guys for fighting underground, and she didn't even know how to help them at the critical moment. Little did she know that Pei Fong and the other two immediately felt that they had been tricked as soon as they entered the ground. The entire ground seemed to have come alive, instantly sealing off their escape route and burying them more than 200 meters underground. It would have been fine if they were just buried, but the ground was still trembling violently, as if it was going to crush them into powder. The three of them had never encountered such a strange thing. In their panic, they quickly gathered together, desperately releasing their vigor shields to resist the huge pressure coming from their surroundings. Outsiders could not imagine how much pressure there was under 200 meters, especially when the ground was moving violently. It was a huge force comparable to the movement of the Earth's crust. It was so strong that it almost crushed the three's vigor shields. Fortunately, their cultivation was high, and they could barely resist it. The three of them attacked frantically in all directions, fearing that they would be ambushed by Yu Qianqiu, but they couldn't even see Yu Qianqiu's shadow. The more the three of them fought, the more terrified they became. They realized that no matter how strong their attacks were, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, without any effect. The thick ground around them had just been blasted open, but it was pressing down again. They had never thought that the usually silent and stiff ground would be so terrifying when it moved. It made them feel as if they had nowhere to exert their strength, and the three of them felt like they were buried alive. Obviously, it was not a long-term solution to continue wasting time here, and they would definitely die. Pei Fong shouted in shock and fear, "We can't waste any more time. Let's go up and fight our way out first." The three of them immediately used their powerful cultivation to attack indiscriminately, breaking through all the way up. Chapter 778. Yu Qianqiu, who was hiding underground in the distance, did not dare to approach them. These three fellows were able to survive in the cultivation world until now, so they were not to be trifled with. Every move they made had the power to split mountains and split the earth. It was very terrifying, and it was not something he could block with his cultivation. He could only use the earth spell to control the earth to squeeze and trample on these three guys. He was going to torture them half to death first. After discovering that these three guys were desperately trying to escape, Yu Qianqiu was immediately displeased. How could he let them escape so easily? He hadn't finished creating the shock effect yet. In fact, with Yu Qianqiu's current cultivation, although he couldn't compare to those experts at the soul formation final stage, the distance that his chi could spread and the speed at which he could lock onto his target, together with the 5-element spell, were enough. He probably couldn't find any opponents in the cultivation world. This was also the reason why he dared to provoke Pei Fong and the others. If he really wanted to kill Pei Fong and the others immediately, he wouldn't have needed to act cool and use the gold absolute. He could have just used the absorbing star's great technique to deal with these three guys immediately. The key point was that he wanted to show his power in front of everyone today. He wanted to show them his awesome methods and let them know that he, the torture master of the Demon Ghost region, was not to be trifled with, and they had better behave themselves in the future. This was called deterrence. It would be best if he could shock them once, twice, and thrice, so that they would tremble with fear and completely give up the idea of going against him. Otherwise, How would he have the energy to deal with them one by one in the future? Speaking of which, he now had the ability to kill Pei Fong and the others. But if Pei Fong and the others escaped, it would be difficult for him to catch up to them with the cultivation of Pei Fong and the others. He had finally trapped the three of them underground. How could he let them escape so easily? No matter what, he had to torture them until they were almost out of breath, and then let them out so that everyone could see his performance. He definitely couldn't let them escape now. Pei Fong and the others, who were bombarding and breaking out of the encirclement, immediately felt that the surrounding earth was wriggling more and more violently, and the resulting pressure was also increasing. The three of them immediately felt a fatal threat, and in panic, they used all their cultivation to break out of the encirclement. Yu Qianqiu immediately realized that it was difficult to trap them. He cursed in his heart. He couldn't play anymore, so he had to kill them. Pei Fong and the other two suddenly felt the pressure around them decrease greatly. Pei Fong immediately shouted, "Go!" The three of them were extremely vigilant. They first launched a series of attacks in all directions, abandoning the threat. Then, they immediately seized the opportunity and launched six palms at the top of their heads. Bang! Bang! The earth trembled violently, and a large hole suddenly exploded in the ground. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, and three figures quickly flashed out. Everyone was thinking to themselves that they had finally fought. How was the battle going? Suddenly, an angry shout came from below. "Don't run! Absorbing Star's great art!" As soon as the four words "Absorbing Star's great technique" were uttered, a few people in the crowd had a particularly big reaction. As expected, the three silhouettes exploded into three clouds of white mist with a bang and shot back into the deep pit below like three flowing clouds and sharp arrows. The three silhouettes that rushed out did not stop and rushed straight to the sky. From the pit below, a figure quickly chased after them and forcefully inserted himself in between the three. The figure flickered, and Yu Qianqiu quickly took the storage bags from the waist of the three people, letting the three exhausted corpses fall freely. Perhaps it was because they had been drained of water, the three corpses floated down, giving everyone enough time to appreciate them. There was dead silence all around, and everyone revealed a look of disbelief and horror. The three corpses were like skeletons, and their original appearance could no longer be seen. However, from their clothes, they could vaguely tell that they were Pei Fong and the other two people. Pei Fong's fat body was now as thin as firewood. It was also at this moment that countless divine senses couldn't help but quickly scan the three corpses and immediately withdrew after finding no signs of life. The three corpses fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. They were really smashed to pieces. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the wreckage on the ground for a long time, unable to move away. They suddenly felt like a dream. They couldn't believe that Pei Fong, Qi Jiujuan, and Ouyangde, the three masters at the late Huashan stage, died like this. In that instant, it felt as though Yu Qianqiu had forced Pei Fong and the other two to flee. In the end, the three of them still couldn't escape from Yu Qianqiu's murderous hands. With a single move from Yu Qianqiu, the three of them were instantly killed. Too powerful. Nongzhu was the most speechless one. He was a witness to Yu Qianqiu's success in practicing the so-called Absorbing Star's great technique. At that time, in the embassy of Baiwan in Daon Kingdom, it was he who gave advice to Bai Changchun, which led to the success of the Absorbing Star's great technique. He witnessed the power of the Absorbing Star's great technique for the first time, and it could be said that he was the first person to see the Absorbing Star's great technique used for the first time. At that time, because Yu Qianqiu didn't know how powerful the Absorbing Star's great technique was, he begged him to let him try it. At this time, Nongzhu still had a cold sweat on her back when she thought of it. Even Pei Fong and the others couldn't resist it. If she had agreed at that time, wouldn't she have become a dry corpse? Fortunately, she was wise and refused. Nongzhu was the first to look at Yu Qianqiu in the air. She saw that Yu Qianqiu had revealed his true colors and was quickly checking the things in the three storage bags. Nongzhu's expression twitched. As soon as Yu Qianqiu stuffed the 3 storage bags into his chest, his eyes immediately met with Nongzhu's, and the joy on his face immediately became serious. You overestimate yourself. A disdainful snort came from the air. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that direction, and their complicated expressions were full of awe. Yu Qianqiu slowly floated down. The ground below seemed to be preparing for his landing. It surged like waves, swallowing the debris on the ground, and the ruptures that had been blasted out also merged together. A mound of earth tens of meters high instantly rose from the center of Lingfang Valley, steadily supporting him as he fell. Such a scene that was almost like an illusion made all the practitioners think that they had seen a miracle. They were all dumbfounded and looked up at Yu Qianqiu on the top of the mound of earth tens of meters high. Yu Qianqiu was very satisfied with the reaction of the crowd, but not very satisfied. His eyes inadvertently came into contact with the blazing sun in the sky, and his heart moved. The metal elements were quietly released into the sky, and then gradually condensed in the process of falling. Little by little, they scattered, and the scene was like a golden flower falling from the sky. Behind him gradually condensed a big golden wheel that was as magnificent as a golden rainbow, and his whole body was faintly glowing with golden light. The big golden wheel was like a rainbow, magnificent and majestic, as if it had fallen from the sky, shining with a dreamy golden light. In the big golden wheel, Yu Qianqiu was high up in the sky, and under the illumination of the sun, his whole body was covered with a layer of hazy golden light, looking extremely holy and holy. The whole Lingfang Valley also seemed solemn in an instant. Such a scene suddenly made everyone think of the transcendent's golden body in the secular temple, and it almost made them want to worship it. Everyone told themselves from the bottom of their hearts that this was an illusion. It must be an illusion. But the Yu Qianqiu standing on the mound was so sacred and inviolable, and no one could think of any way to imitate him to such a magical extent. In addition, they already had a sense of awe in their hearts, and subconsciously thought that this might really be a miracle or an auspicious sign from the heavens when one's cultivation had reached a certain realm. One must know that this was very possible, just like when one's cultivation broke through to the tribulation passing stage and had to suffer a lightning tribulation. The group of people below were really shocked by this scene, and all of them were speechless with exaggerated expressions. Some people even suspected that this was a strange phenomenon when one's cultivation had reached the realm of ascension. It was very possible that Yu Qianqiu could kill 3 experts at the final stage of Huashan realm by himself. Damn it! Is this considered as creating a god? Yu Qianqiu muttered in his heart, but on the surface, he still looked dignified, quietly enjoying the reverent and slightly pious eyes of the group below. Now he finally understood why those bodhisattvas in the temples who held high positions but did not do anything were not afraid of wearing a straight face for a long time. It was because it felt so good to be able to look down on all living beings, be superior, and have people respect you. Now he even thought that it was okay to do more dirty things in the future, as long as he put the image of a bodhisattva on the table. Regardless of the level of cultivation, if there was anyone present who felt that something was wrong, it would be Nongzhu, who knew very well about Yu Qianqiu's pretense. Immortal Crocodile, who was on the hillside, was also looking at Yu Qianqiu, dumbfounded. He was speechless. Although he did not know how Yu Qianqiu had created such a magical phenomenon, he was sick of it. He felt that this guy was really shameless and could do anything. Nongzhu looked at the glorious image of Yu Qianqiu, and her expression twitched endlessly. She felt a toothache. She sneered and said, "I didn't expect that killing 3 experts at the final stage of tribulation passing would make you look like a gold plate. How much longer do you want to play? Do you want me to build a temple for you and place you inside to receive incense and worship?" Hearing this, Yu Qianqiu's interest was greatly reduced, and he was no longer in the mood to pretend. He immediately glanced at the people below and said loudly, "Who else doesn't like me? Come at me if you don't like me. I'll still say the same thing. I'll fight you one-on-one at any time." His voice echoed in the valley. Coupled with his transcendence golden body, it made him look even more solemn, sacred, and inviolable. He had easily killed Pei Fong, Qi Jiujuan, and Ouyang, 3 experts at the final stage of soul transformation. Who would dare to provoke him? At this time, in the hearts of the people, he was fully deserving of the title of Torture Master of the Demon Ghost region. This battle had completely established his top position in the cultivation world. Everyone sighed in their hearts. The Demon Ghost region had lasted for a long time, and Yu Qianqiu, the former Torture Master, had once again secured the throne of the world's top expert. Humph! Yu Qianqiu looked around and snorted coldly. He said, "No one answered? Those who are irrelevant, go back immediately. If you're late, don't leave. Stay in Lingfang Valley for the rest of your life." The lords of the various countries looked at each other and immediately flew into the sky like birds and beasts. Since they couldn't afford to provoke him, they would naturally hide. Chapter 779. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left in the Lingfang Valley. Yu Qianqiu was high up. Immortal Crocodile was standing on the hillside where Enchantress and Yinyu had fainted when Lanfeng was holding Lu Yanqing, who was in a coma, and Nongzhu and Li Duxing were staring at Yu Qianqiu on the top of the mound. Bing Qingzi and Yin Juexing looked gloomy. Others could leave, but they knew they couldn't. Yin Juexing clenched his fists and stared at Yu Qianqiu, gnashing his teeth. "Yu Qianqiu, you've been fooling me." His heart was filled with rage as he spat out each word. He now deeply suspected that Yu Qianqiu was not as unbearable as he had seen him to be. Instead, he had been playing a game of cat and mouse. As long as he jumped up, Yu Qianqiu would come out and slap him. At first, he couldn't figure it out. But then he remembered that Yu Qianqiu already knew that he practiced the demonic book and knew the weakness of the blood escape. But he didn't make it public. It was obvious that he wanted to play with him slowly. This hatred could be said to have no end. Yu Qianqiu was stunned. He didn't know when he had fooled this little devil. While thinking, he put away the big golden wheel and the transcendence golden body behind him. The mound that was tens of meters high quickly melted into the ground, and he also fell with the height of the mound. Before he spoke, someone already couldn't help but want to get even with Yin Juexing. After listening to Wen Lanfeng's narration, Li Duxing suddenly turned back and shouted coldly, "You don't need to know whether I'm fooling you or not. Go to hell." He turned into a shadow and stretched out his claws to attack Yin Juexing. Bing Qingzi blocked it without hesitation. The 2 experts at the late stage of Huashan Realm collided with each other again. Shockwaves suddenly rose and exploded. The 2 of them turned into countless afterimages as they quickly fought against each other. Every fierce exchange of blows was shocking to the hearts of the spectators. Everyone watched the battle silently and found that Bing Qingzi seemed to be fighting desperately. It was the first time for those who knew him to see him like this. Perhaps it was because he knew that he had been implicated by Yin Juexing and several soul formation final stage experts were eyeing him with hostility. It would be very difficult for him to have a good ending today. Thus, he decided to go all out. Since it was highly likely that he would not be able to keep his life, then he would protect his reputation. Bang! Both of them retreated violently at the same time. They hadn't even stopped retreating when they turned into afterimages and crazily collided with each other. Darking Palm. It was Bing Qingzi's voice. The temperature around suddenly dropped, and sporadic snowflakes suddenly fell. A wave of palm shadows blew the falling snowflakes and covered Li Duxing, who was shooting over. "Humph!" Li Duxing snorted and shouted, "1,000 miles of solitude." His gray shadow, like a flowing light, flashed into the palm shadows all over the sky and danced in the air. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the 2 of them were forced back again. The palm shadows that filled the sky between the 2 of them slowly disappeared. The scattered snowflakes silently moistened the ground, and the surrounding temperature slowly returned to normal. The Spirit Fragrance Valley was completely silent. Both of them stood still and stared at each other from a distance of nearly 100 meters. Li Duxing looked proud. The claw of his only arm was holding a piece of his chest, which was covered with blood. Bing Chengzi looked at his chest in silence. The blood that gushed out quickly dyed his whole body. The bright red color was extremely dazzling on his white robe. In an instant, the blood that gushed out was forcibly stopped by his profound cultivation. However, there was a big hole on his chest. His beating heart and expanding lungs could be seen clearly. The appearance of his chest was no longer concealed. Nongzhu and Wen Lanfeng looked at each other in dismay. Yu Qianqiu also secretly stuck out his tongue. Like 1,000 miles of solitude is really powerful. The combination of speed and strength is almost perfect. I'm afraid that few people in the world can rival him with this one move. No wonder it's said that few people can fight with him for more than 10 moves. Moreover, he only has one arm. If he has 2 arms, it must be even more amazing. Sure enough, a madman must have the capital to be arrogant. He. Bing Chengzi suddenly smiled with a bleak expression. He shook his head and said, I've long heard that Li Duxing's 1,000 miles of solitude is known for its speed and invincible. Today I see that it really lives up to its reputation. I didn't lose unjustly. Are you being merciful? In fact, Li Duxing could have killed him with one move just now. But for some reason, he was merciful. Li Duxing pointed at Yan Zhuixing with his only arm and said, I want to kill him, not you. Bing Chengzi laughed bitterly and said, You're famous for killing. You've washed thousands of miles with blood. I've never heard of anyone who fought with you surviving. This doesn't seem to be your style, does it? Li Duxing snorted coldly and didn't answer. Wen Lanfeng was probably the only one who knew the reason. When Li Duxing was seriously injured by Bai Changchun and was dying, it was Lu Yanqing who saved him. Lu Yanqing was so kind that she couldn't stand fighting and killing. After saving such a god of killing, Lu Yanqing had repeatedly restrained Li Duxing not to kill indiscriminately. Li Duxing's life was picked up by Lu Yanqing. In order to appreciate her kindness, he respected Lu Yanqing as Miss and obeyed her orders. Thus, it became his first honorable business to give up killing. Later, Lu Yanqing felt the miserable fate of those individual cultivators in the cultivation world, so she ordered Li Duxing to live in the ghost village to intimidate all the individual cultivators and give them a place to settle down. Bing Chengzi didn't take it seriously when he didn't answer. He turned to Yan Zhuixing and sighed, I've died once. My life was given by others. From today on, my mission has been completed. I can't help you anymore. After saying that, there was a faint smile on his face, as if he was relieved. Seeing Bing Chengzi's chest dripping with blood, Yan Zhuixing roared with his eyes wide open. Master, I'll avenge you. A black, evil spirit emerged from his body at once. He opened his mouth and spat out 7 red lights, which immediately condensed the black, evil spirit into 7 vivid flying snakes with ferocious faces. The scene was extremely weird. Among the people present, only Yu Qianqiu had seen it before. It was the first time for the others to see it. Their eyes flickered. The thing that Li Duxing was holding loosened and fell to the ground. He wasn't in a hurry to fight. He squinted and said, Is this the so-called demonic skill? It's really unique. I'd like to have a taste of it today. Boy, don't hesitate to fight. Yu Qianqiu raised his eyebrows and flashed to the middle of the two. He looked at Li Duxing indifferently and said, Senior Li, you'd better take a break. Li Duxing snorted coldly without expressing his opinion. He looked at Yan Zhuixing as if to say, You have to see who he wants to fight with. Yu Qianqiu, get out of my way. Yan Zhuixing roared, I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. Are you out of your mind? Yu Qianqiu looked back at Yan Zhuixing indifferently and said, Yan Zhuixing, it's all because of you that your master ended up like this today. You can't blame others. We all cheat and kill each other in the cultivation circle. Today, you are destined to have no revenge. Don't talk nonsense about revenge. Now, it's time to end things between you and me. I'm a man who will do great things. I don't have time to tangle with you. Yan Zhuixing didn't talk nonsense anymore. He waved his hand and shouted angrily, Kill! 7 flying snakes shot over like arrows. Yu Qianqiu raised his palm, and 7 balls of azure flames flew out, just in time to catch the 7 flying snakes that were rushing over. It was the nature of the flying snakes to escape when they met their nemesis. The 7 cyan flames were wriggling violently and changing into various shapes. The 7 cyan flames flew all over Ling Fong Valley. The things inside seemed to want to break free. However, ever since Yu Qianqiu started cultivating the Guiyuan sword art, even though his cultivation level wasn't high, his divine sense's ability to divide and control things was simply unparalleled in this world. Perhaps even by Changchun wouldn't necessarily be stronger than him. If he didn't try, he wouldn't know. Once he tried, he would definitely give others a shock. This was what it meant to not waste a skill that was painstakingly trained. There would be a day when it would be useful. Within the 7 cyan flames, there were anxious hissing sounds coming from the cyan flames. They were anxious to break free from the cyan flames that were their nemesis. However, the cyan flames followed it like a shadow. It flew everywhere and burned its body crazily. It wasn't afraid of how powerful it was. Everything had its vanquisher, with the sharp eyesight of everyone present. Anyone could see that the flying snake was a living creature, and the 7 balls of green flames were completely controlled by Yu Qianqiu. Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to control the green flames to burn the flying snake. Everyone gasped, and they were shocked in their hearts. What a formidable, soul-splitting control technique. Nongzhu and Wen Lanfeng looked at each other, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. Li Duxing's eyes flickered, and Immortal Crocodile looked solemn. Facing the entanglement of the flying snakes and the cyan flames, Yu Qianqiu didn't even look at them. He stood there calmly and said indifferently, "Yan Zhuixing, do you want to fight with me with such little ability?" Yan Zhuixing's face instantly turned pale. He gritted his teeth and stared at Yu Qianqiu. With such a powerful control skill, he had been hiding his cultivation. He could feel how painful the devilish spirit snakes in the fire were. Under the burning of the cyan flames, the 7 snakes' resistance was sharply declining, and their bodies were shrinking rapidly. If he let it go on, the 7 traces of spirit separated from his primordial spirit would be damaged, and the consequences of the primordial spirit injury would be terrible. Without any hesitation, he quickly performed the magic light sweeping shadow and rushed over like a flowing light. He waved his fist and shouted angrily, "Devil Fist!" In terms of speed, without teleportation, Yu Qianqiu was definitely not as fast as Yan Zhuixing's magic light sweeping shadow. However, before his opponent moved, he had already predicted the enemy's movement. His figure flashed into the sky, and the two brushed past each other. Yan Zhuixing quickly turned around and bounced up in the air, chasing after Yu Qianqiu and punching him. However, as soon as Yu Qianqiu bounced up, he had already turned around and slapped Yan Zhuixing with his palm. He shouted calmly, "Absorbing Star's great skill." A cloud of white mist burst out of Yan Zhuixing's body and was absorbed into Yu Qianqiu's palm like a flowing cloud. At the same time, dense cyan flying swords burst out of Yu Qianqiu's sleeves, directly smashing Yan Zhuixing's shriveled body into pieces. Chapter 780. Bing Qingzi, who was watching the battle, saw Yan Zhuixing being blasted into pieces by Yu Qianqiu. His body swayed a little, and he was on the verge of collapse. His pale face instantly became even paler. However, Yu Qianqiu seemed to be afraid that Yan Zhuixing would come back to life. The green fire flying swords in his sleeves kept shooting out, chasing after the falling body. In an instant, a large pit was created on the ground by the rapidly shooting flying swords with a crackling sound. Yu Qianqiu jumped to the edge of the pit, without any intention of stopping. The flying swords rose and fell rapidly, bombarding the pit. "I was afraid that you wouldn't die. I was afraid that you wouldn't die. Live for this daddy to see again. Live for this daddy to see again." Yu Qianqiu stood by the edge of the pit and muttered in a seemingly deranged manner, while controlling the countless flying swords with blue flames. Li Duxing, who didn't know what was going on, looked back at Wen Lanfeng in disbelief. He seemed to be asking Yu Qianqiu what kind of hatred he had for Yan Zhuixing. Yan Zhuixing had been smashed into pieces, but he still didn't let him go. That was too much. Wen Lanfeng, who was holding Lu Yanqing, was speechless. Immortal Crocodile, who was on the hillside, turned to look at the sky. He really didn't want to see it anymore. He sighed in his heart. What a talent. Nongzhu flashed to Yu Qianqiu's side and craned her head to look into the pit. Yan Zhuixing had already been smashed into pieces, and the pit was filled with splashing mud. There was no wreckage at all. Nongzhu asked suspiciously, "He should be dead, right?" Yu Qianqiu said seriously, "It doesn't matter. It's not a bad thing to keep bombarding. This guy's demonic skill is very evil. I've experienced it myself." Hearing this, Nongzhu's face twitched. She looked at the others and found that Bing Chengzi, who had decided not to intervene, seemed to be angry. She coughed and said, Okay, it's almost time. Can you maintain the demeanor of a torturer of the demon ghost region? Okay, got it. I'll stop immediately. Yu Qianqiu waved his hand and narrowed his eyes to size them up. He looked like he was determined to exterminate them. As Nongzhu had expected, Bing Chengzi roared crazily. Yu Qianqiu, don't go too far, or you'll be punished by heaven. After all, Yan Zhuixing was his disciple. Seeing someone torturing a corpse like that, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Yu Qianqiu turned back to look at him, his eyebrows raised. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he noticed that the others were looking at him as if he was a monster. Pursing his lips, he waved his sleeves, and the green flame flying swords that were shuttling through the pit instantly disappeared into his sleeves. He patted off the soil that had splashed on his palms and was about to use the earth element to bury the deep pit. However, he frowned and glanced at the pit. He still felt a little uneasy after thinking about it. With a flick of his finger, a green light shot into the deep pit. Nongzhu even stuck her head out to the edge of the pit curiously, wanting to see what he had shot into the pit. Suddenly, with a buzz, a fierce green flame soared into the sky. Nongzhu was so scared that she immediately teleported away. She pulled her hair and shouted, "Are you crazy?" Yu Qianqiu looked at her with disdain, as if to say, "Who asked you to stick your head out there?" Then he waved his hand and pointed at the raging flame, suppressing the fire and concentrating the high temperature in the pit. Even the scorching sun in the sky couldn't take away the radiance of the resplendent azure light. Everyone was speechless as they looked at the azure flames burning in the pit. They couldn't hide the disdain in their eyes as they looked at Yu Qianqiu. Hiss! Suddenly, a few intense and sharp hisses were heard in the Lingfang Valley. It was as if metal was rubbing against each other, making everyone's hair stand on end. They quickly looked towards the source of the sound and saw that the 7 balls of green flame had stopped dancing. Obviously, the flying snakes inside had been completely refined. Yu Qianqiu waved his hand, and the 7 balls of green flame went into his sleeve. At this time, he was also slightly relieved. Just as he was about to retract the raging green flame in the pit, the fire in the pit suddenly soared into the sky. Everyone thought that Yu Qianqiu was going to play some tricks again, but they saw Yu Qianqiu waving his arms towards the pit. His face was red, and the veins on his neck were bulging, as if he was forcibly controlling the green flame to suppress something. Nongzhu frowned. She was the first to notice that something was wrong. Immortal Crocodile suddenly looked back. While everyone was surprised, they suddenly saw the green flame spew out of the pit like an explosion. Yu Qianqiu spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few steps. Nongzhu flashed to hold him, and suddenly turned back to stare at the pit that forced out the green flame. A majestic, ancient, and oppressive aura suddenly erupted from the pit, instantly shocking everyone present and causing their hearts to tremble. They saw a ball of black light slowly rising from the deep pit, and there seemed to be a little person in the middle. The black light hung in the air, emitting a thick and ancient aura that shocked the common people. It was like a domineering king looking down on the world. Such a powerful and terrifying aura oppressed everyone so much that they could not even think of resisting. Immortal Crocodile looked at the mysterious black light in shock, and his blank eyes seemed to pull his thoughts back to the distant past. Motherf asterisk cur. That dog is here again, bah. Yu Qianqiu pushed Nongzhu away, spat out the bloody saliva in his mouth, and turned back to Immortal Crocodile and roared, "Old monster, why are you in a daze? He's not your lover. Quickly kill him. Otherwise, that bastard Yin Jueixing will come back to life again." He exerted all his strength. Swoosh! A huge green broadsword of more than 10 meters appeared in his hand. He flew up, and with a cry of "ah," he slashed at the mysterious black light with all his strength at this moment. Everyone came to their senses because of Yu Qianqiu's roar, and they knew that the consequences were extremely serious. Nongzhu's bamboo flute whistled out, when Lanfeng quickly put Lu Yanqing on the ground, and his huge silver sword shot out, setting off waves of Gang Qi. A flying sword also flashed out of Li Duxing's storage bag. Everyone focused their attacks on the mysterious black light. The mysterious black light seemed to have sensed that someone was going to attack it, and it emitted black light thorns directly facing the attacks from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud noises sounded, and the waves of Gang Qi surged, making people feel that the world was changing. The earth shook, and the towering medicine hut mountain collapsed in the shaking. Each of the 4 attacking silhouettes spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff sound. They were violently thrown far away. Bang, bang, bang. All of them sank deep into the mountains surrounding the Spirit Fong Valley. It gave people the impression that the stronger one's attack was, the greater the rebound force would be. The huge green fire broadsword collapsed at the moment of the counterattack, and so did the bamboo flute and the flying sword. The 4 attacking weapons were all destroyed in the blink of an eye. Bing Qingzi stared at the mysterious black light in the sky in disbelief. Lu Yanqing was still lying on the ground, but her body was covered with a thick layer of dust. The 2 people who didn't attack seemed to be unharmed. The 4 people who were shaken away pulled out of the deep mountain, and only Yu Qianqiu crawled out. Fortunately, the 4 people were not weak, and they were all masters of the Huashan realm. Although they were all badly injured, it was not fatal. After the 4 people came out, they all stared at the mysterious black light in the sky with blood dripping from their mouths. Yu Qianqiu stretched out his hand to wipe his mouth and nose, but the blood kept flowing out as if it was free. The mysterious black light flickered, and just as it was about to fly away, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere to stop it. Immortal Lord Crocodile's arms turned into 2 huge, rough palms, and he directly held the black light in his palms. The black light seemed to be unwilling to be controlled, and it surged violently. Immortal Lord Crocodile gripped it tightly with a serious expression, and they were in a deadlock. Suddenly, Immortal Lord Crocodile let out an angry roar and forcibly dragged the mysterious black light down from the sky. The people below were shocked. They didn't expect that the mysterious black light, which the 4 of them couldn't handle together, would be dragged down by him alone. Except for Yu Qianqiu, everyone else gasped. They didn't know who this person was, and how could he have such a profound cultivation? However, everyone could tell that the pair of hands that had thrown the escaping Yin Jueixing back were the same pair of giant hands. Yu Qianqiu's nose was bleeding profusely as he waved his arms excitedly and said, "Good job, old monster. Kill it for me." Perhaps he was too excited, but then he clutched his chest with a pained expression and couldn't shout anymore. Nongzhu and when Lanfeng remembered that a certain guy had mentioned looking for help in the South Sea purple bamboo forest, and they looked at the ashen-faced Yu Qianqiu at the same time. They didn't know where this strange guy had found such an expert. At this moment, the scenery between heaven and earth suddenly became a little dim. Everyone looked up into the sky and found that a hazy gray fog had suddenly appeared in the sky above Spirit Fong Valley. It wasn't actually thick, but it seemed to cover the blazing sun's radiance. What was inconceivable was that a pair of slender and huge eyes suddenly appeared in the hazy gray fog, and those cold and merciless eyes looked down indifferently. Everyone felt that it was an illusion, but they inexplicably felt that the pair of eyes contained an awe-inspiring and unquestionable majesty, at the same time that the strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. The mysterious black light that immortal Lord Crocodile was slowly dragging down seemed to have infinite power in an instant, and the light suddenly soared. Bang! The two huge hands that immortal Lord Crocodile had conjured instantly collapsed. After the black light broke free, it slammed into immortal Lord Crocodile, who had already been sent flying. Bang! Puff! Immortal Lord Crocodile's figure was instantly sent flying into the deep mountains in the distance, and a loud rumble could be faintly heard in the distance. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. After the mysterious black light hit immortal Lord Crocodile, it instantly turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared. The group of people was stunned for a long time, and suddenly found that the sky had returned to normal. They couldn't help but look up, and the gray fog in the sky had disappeared. The pair of slender, cold, and merciless eyes had also disappeared, as if nothing had happened just now. Chapter 781. At this moment, Ling Fong Valley had already lost its beautiful appearance. It was full of desolation, and not a single plant could be seen. The ground seemed to have been plowed a few times. It was like a chicken that had shed its feathers. It was so naked that it was somewhat unsightly to look at. The Medicine Cottage, the landmark mountain in Ling Fong Valley, had also collapsed. None of the people present had expected that the consequences of killing Yan Juexing would be like this, especially the mysterious black light. It was simply unbelievable. It seemed to be much higher than Yan Juexing's cultivation. How could this be? Everyone was full of doubts. When Lan Feng was the first to wake up among the dumbfounded crowd. His skin had basically turned black from the inside out, and he seemed to be shrouded in a layer of death qi. The first thing he did after waking up was to rush to where Lu Yanqing used to be, dig up the soil, and dig Lu Yanqing out. Absorbing Star's great skill. Yu Qinshuo's shout shocked everyone. They all looked over and saw a dried corpse slowly falling down in front of him. When it hit the ground, it was smashed into pieces. The dead man was none other than Bing Qingzi. Nongzhu flashed over and stood beside Yu Qinshuo. Looking at the wreckage on the ground, she covered her slightly uncomfortable chest and frowned. Are you a mad dog? Bite whoever you see. He has already given up. Why did you still kill him? Yu Qinshuo raised his hand to wipe the nosebleed on Dahua's face and said ferociously, If Yan Juexing is completely dead, I don't mind letting him go. The problem is that he ran away again. This old guy is most likely to be of great help to him. He can't be left alive. Nongzhu sighed speechlessly. 4 experts at the late stage of Huashan Realm died in the Battle of Ling Fong Valley, and all of them died in the hands of this guy. From today on, this guy can be regarded as the torture envoy of the demon region. With his means, there was no need for her to worry anymore. It seemed that Bai Changchun did not choose the wrong person. Nongzhu turned her head and asked suspiciously, What is your cultivation level now? Why do I feel that you have reached the Huashan realm? Yu Qinshuo had a messy face and a head full of braids. He looked around and grinned evilly, looking exactly like a member of the Beggars Gang. His sinister smile suddenly came to an abrupt halt as he cried out in alarm. He teleported to the original hillside and looked around, not knowing where the Enchantress of 100 Charms and Yin Yu were buried. He immediately used the earth magic art and quickly sensed the location where the 2 women were buried. The soil there retreated like a tide, revealing the 2 women lying inside. He quickly checked the condition of the 2 women, and after discovering that they were fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Nongzhu followed them. When she saw the 2 girls, she looked slightly unhappy, but she still asked, How is it? He's fine, but he's being controlled by the demonic eye. I don't know how to get rid of it. The worried Yu Qinshuo suddenly paused and said to Nongzhu, Keep an eye on them for me. I'll be back soon. Then he flew into the deep mountains in the distance, in the direction where a mortal crocodile was sent flying. Flying in that direction, he easily found a mortal crocodile. The target was very obvious. On a collapsed mountain, a battered and exhausted immortal crocodile was sitting cross-legged, healing his injuries. Before Yu Qianqiu landed, he opened his eyes and looked up, then closed them again. Yu Qianqiu knew that he was healing, so he landed beside him and did not disturb him. After a while, he slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. As soon as Immortal Crocodile opened his eyes, he looked at Yu Qianqiu with a serious expression and said, "The demonic god." Yu Qianqiu squatted beside him and was stunned. He asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Immortal Crocodile shook his head and sighed. That Yin Zhuixing is indeed a person blessed by the demonic god. The demonic god made a move just now, and that aura was the aura of God. Yu Qianqiu smiled sheepishly. In fact, he had long guessed that Yin Zhuixing was a person blessed by the demonic god. He just deliberately hid it, mainly because he was afraid of scaring this guy. Now that this old monster was injured, he really felt a little embarrassed. He continued to fool him. "That's impossible. Aren't you still fine? If the demonic god really made a move, I'm afraid you would already be dead. How could you still be sitting here talking to me?" Immortal Crocodile smiled bitterly. "The demonic god doesn't even bother to fight me. We are not on the same level at all. He only indirectly made a move to warn me. If he really made a move directly, I would not be alive. What kind of person is the demonic god? He is a world-shaking genius of a generation. According to immortal Emperor Jin Tai, who had come into contact with the gods, even in the divine realm, the demonic god is a well-known figure. How can we hope to reach him?" Yu Qianqiu laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "That's right. He is a god. Why would he bother with small fry like us? He will do his own thing. We will do ours. What's there to be emotional about? There's no need to be afraid of him." Immortal Crocodile's expression twitched. "That's a demonic god. How can we not be afraid? Who cares? Just don't provoke him next time. If we can't afford to provoke him, we can at least hide from him." Yu Qianqiu tried his best to squeeze out a smile on his face to comfort him. However, the more he smiled, the more anxious he became. Immortal Crocodile immediately rolled his eyes. "You want it next time? You really think that the demonic god is just a decoration? You will die. Next time, do it yourself. Don't call me. I can't afford to provoke him." "Huh. Who would take the initiative to provoke him? Let's talk about the future in the future. Let's get down to business first." "That?" Yu Qianqiu coughed. "Old monster, let me ask you something. Do you have any way of finding out where Yin Zhuixing's primordial spirit escaped to? You still want to do it?" Immortal Crocodile stood up and sneered. "Provoking the demonic god again. He's not to be trifled with. Don't cause trouble until the demonic god breaks through the void and arrives personally. When that happens, you won't even have time to cry. No one in this world can protect you. Damn it, I don't care if he's a demonic god or a bird god. So what if he's a demonic god?" Yu Qianqiu was enraged. He stood up and waved his arms, shouting, "Even if I don't go looking for that bastard will come looking for me for revenge sooner or later. Rather than that, I might as well take advantage of his weakness and kill him." Immortal Crocodile snorted. "If you really want to kill him, why didn't you use the divine sword just now? Before the demonic god makes his move, that black light shouldn't be able to withstand the power of the divine sword. I guarantee that Yin Zhuixing's body and soul will be destroyed. Isn't that the end of it? Divine sword?" Yu Qianqiu was stunned. His temper disappeared, and he stood there dumbfounded. After a long time, he suddenly beat his chest and howled. "Damn it! Why didn't you say earlier that the divine sword could break it? I forgot." Immortal Crocodile sneered. "If I had known that he was protected by the demonic god, I would have definitely told you that the divine sword could break it. But I wouldn't have come. I'm really impressed with myself now. I actually fought with the demonic god." Yu Qianqiu immediately became listless. It was all because of his own thoughts. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have hidden it from him. After a long silence, he asked weakly, "Is there any way to find Yin Zhuixing's escaped primordial spirit?" Immortal Crocodile shook his head. "You overestimate me. Even the powerful demonic god isn't omnipotent. The human world is so big. It won't be easy to find him unless he shows himself. Maybe, since the demonic god wants to protect him, he might use a great technique to break through the void and take his primordial spirit away. Even if he didn't leave, his body has been destroyed. He shouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the short term. Sigh. I hope so. Yu Qianqiu sighed and waved his hand. Forget it. Since we can't find him, forget it. The most important thing now is to find a way to get rid of the people controlled by the demonic eye. The celestial realm and the demon realm had a great war before. There should be a way to get rid of it, right? Otherwise, with the power of the demonic eye, the demon realm wouldn't have been sealed, right? The demonic eye is the demonic eye. It's one of the demonic eye's moves that can control people. It's called demonic eye ecstasy. The two cannot be confused. Demonic eye ecstasy is just an evil art in the celestial realm's terms. It's not the most powerful art of the demonic eye. Demonic eye ecstasy is powerful because if the controlled person doesn't expose himself, it will be difficult for others to find out. In fact, once discovered, it's not difficult to get rid of it. Immortal Crocodile said slowly. Yu Qianqiu's eyes lit up. Not difficult to get rid of? That means you have a way to get rid of it? You said it yourself. The immortals and demons have fought before. Naturally, there's a way to get rid of it. Otherwise, if the people of the celestial realm are controlled, what's the point of fighting? We can just admit defeat. Immortal Crocodile said in a low voice, there are many ways to get rid of it. The demonic eye mainly controls people's primordial spirits. Many people in the celestial realm have extraordinary attainments in primordial spirit cultivation and can easily get rid of the control. In fact, the controlled person can also get rid of the control themselves. As long as their cultivation surpasses the caster, their primordial spirit will also be stronger, and they can usually get rid of it. There's also the simplest and most effective way. Kill the caster completely, and the spell will naturally get rid of it. Yu Qianqiu rubbed his chin and said suspiciously, the last two methods can definitely be rejected. You're a dignified, immortal lord, so you must have extraordinary attainments in primordial spirit cultivation, right? Then, don't tell me to get rid of the control and bring them to the celestial realm. I can't do that at the moment. You know the reason better than I do. Although my primordial spirit is strong, I've never dabbled in this aspect. I can kill people, but I can't save them. Immortal Crocodile said teasingly, there's a good way. You can find the caster and ask him to get rid of it himself. Yu Qianqiu's face immediately darkened. He said in a low voice, after talking for so long, it's all nonsense. Immortal Crocodile waved his hand and interrupted him. I already said that there are many ways to get rid of it. What's the rush? Let me finish. In this world, there is a kind of person who cultivates magic arts that are mighty and righteous. They are born to be the nemesis of evil and crooked cultivators. All ghosts and monsters are just small tricks that can't see the light in front of them. A mere demon eye ecstasy can easily break them. Yu Qianqiu pulled a long face and said, don't tell me you want me to go to the celestial realm to look for it again. I admit that I don't have that ability. Are you happy now? Immortal Crocodile said in surprise. Why do you need to go to the celestial realm to look for it? Is your master's morality technique not strong enough? With your master's methods, it's easy to get rid of this little spell. Chapter 782. Morality Technique. Yu Qianqiu's expression froze as he thought of Bai Changchun's evil means. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly shook his head and said, old monster, you'd better help me think of another way. He had promised Bai Changchun that he would not look for him again. If he broke his promise, he might not be able to find Bai Changchun again. It was better not to do this unless he had no other choice. Immortal Lord Crocodile was slightly disappointed. In fact, he really wanted to interact more with people like Bai Changchun. Such people had extraordinary insights in cultivation. If he interacted more with experts with such high comprehension, he would often be enlightened with just a word from them and solve the problems that had plagued him for many years. He thought that Yu Qianqiu could not find Bai Changchun. So he took out a small bottle from the storage bracelet and handed it to him. Take it. Yu Qianqiu took it and was stunned. He asked, "What's this?" Immortal Crocodile said disapprovingly, "Spirit Awakening Pill. It can expel evil spirits and remove the control of the vital spirit by demonic arts." Damn, why didn't you take out such a good thing earlier? What are you talking about? Yu Qianqiu turned around and flew directly to Ling Fong Valley. When he returned to Ling Fong Valley, he saw Lu Yanqing standing beside Li Duxing and Wen Lanfeng. Nongzhu also brought the two unconscious women to them. Lu Yanqing had short hair and tearful eyes, but it did not diminish her peerless elegance. Instead, it showed another kind of unique charm. She was really a natural beauty. She was staring at the collapsed medicine hut with tearful eyes. Yu Qianqiu landed beside them and looked at Lu Yanqing from head to toe. Although he was a little annoyed, he was still amazed. Yu Qianqiu coldly snorted and said, "Seniors, you must keep an eye on this crazy woman. Her good intentions are not repaid, and she keeps biting people. I now suspect that she has already been controlled by Yan Zhuixing's demonic eye. Seniors, you should be careful." Wen Lanfeng smiled bitterly and suddenly bowed deeply to Yu Qianqiu. "It's all in the past. You don't have to mention it anymore. She was just anxious and confused, but now she is sobered up." What? Yu Qianqiu pointed at Lu Yanqing and turned his face. F***CK? I risked everything to save her, but she turned around and tried to kill me, and now I can't even talk? Aren't you guys being too overbearing? Wen Lanfeng was rendered speechless by his words. Li Duxing, on the other hand, appeared to be very calm. He closed his eyes and paid no attention. Lu Yanqing slowly stepped forward and bowed to Yu Qianqiu. "It's all my fault." Before she finished speaking, a large string of tears immediately fell. Yu Qianqiu's anger was almost extinguished, and he couldn't vent his anger. He cursed in his heart. Beautiful women always take advantage of others. Looking at the lifeless Wen Lanfeng, he coughed and changed the topic. "Great magic, Dr. Lu. Don't cry anymore. It's all in the past. Do something useful. Senior Wen is almost dead because of you. Hurry up and find a way to save her. Don't always let the person who cares for you get hurt." Then he stopped talking to her, walked to the two unconscious women, and showed them the small bottle in his palm. As soon as he opened the bottle, everyone immediately smelled a fragrance. As the fragrance entered their lungs, they were refreshed. They knew the thing in the bottle was not simple. Yu Qianqiu poured out a white elixir the size of a soybean into his palm. Nongzhu beside him asked curiously, "What is this?" "Awakening elixir. It said that it can remove the control of the magic eye. I don't know if it works." Yu Qianqiu looked around with the small pill in his hand. He was also confused. Why is it so small? Wen Lanfeng's attention was on Lu Yanqing. Hearing this, he suddenly turned around and stared at the thing in Yu Qianqiu's hand. He was worried about Wen Rui. If he died, Wen Rui would be the only pillar of the Wen family. Lu Yanqing and Li Duxing also looked at him. They saw Yu Qianqiu pour out two elixirs in his hand. Then he opened the lips of Enchantress and Yin Yu and put one elixir into their mouths. Then he forced the elixir into their abdomen to help them refine. When the elixir was gone, a faint red mist rose from the heads of the two women, with a slight smell of blood, and slowly dissipated in the air. Looking at the two women who were still in a coma, Yu Qianqiu was a little hesitant. He didn't know if it would work, so he tried to wake Enchantress up first. Enchantress woke up slowly. The first thing she saw was Yu Qianqiu, who was staring at her with wide eyes. Her eyes fell on Yu Qianqiu's head. She was stunned and said, "Why do you have so many braids on your head?" The people around looked at each other. Yu Qianqiu was stunned. Then he patted his chest and said with a smile, Well, it means you were good to say that." But at this moment, Enchantress suddenly exclaimed, Yan Zhuixing is here." She suddenly stood up. Yu Qianqiu turned around and said with a smile, "Don't worry, he has already left." As he spoke, he patted Yin Yu to wake her up. The latter's reaction was almost exactly the same as Enchantress's. Yu Qianqiu immediately told the two of them what had happened. Only then did the two women let out a sigh of relief with lingering fear. Ah. Yu Qianqiu stretched his waist in a comfortable mood and sighed. This trip was not in vain. I finally solved the problem. But before he put down his hand, a soft and fragrant body rushed into his arms and hugged him. She directly used her fragrant lips to block his mouth. Huh. Yu Qianqiu's eyes widened. When he realized it was Yin Yu, he quickly pushed her away. He frowned and said seriously, Owner Yin, we are not that familiar with each other, right? Dead man, you still dare to lie to me. Yin Yu was shy. She punched Yu Qianqiu's chest and then stuck her lips to Yu Qianqiu's without any scruples. Knowing that her sweetheart came from afar to save her, her heart was as sweet as drinking honey. Now she was ready to risk everything. She just wanted to kiss him at all costs, no matter where they were. Damn it. Since I've been exposed, I'm ready to risk everything. Yu Qianqiu hugged her tightly. They kissed passionately in front of everyone, which stunned the group of people. This action was a little out of touch with this era. Enchantress's smiling face hid a little loneliness. Li Duxing, Wen Lanfeng, and Lu Yanqing turned their heads to one side. Only Nongzhu's face was a little dark. No one could be happy to see their son-in-law kissing another woman in front of them. Enough! Don't you know where you are? Nongzhu finally couldn't help shouting angrily. They finally separated, breathing heavily. After looking at each other and smiling, all the grudges disappeared. They couldn't help kissing passionately again. After several times, they stopped. Yin Yu stared at him with a blushing face. She bit her attractive red lips and said, Your braid is so ugly. Don't leave me alone again. I'll comb your braid. Huh. Yu Qianqiu raised her pink chin with a sinister smile and said, I like it. Yin Yu immediately punched him again. People beside them couldn't help shivering and felt goosebumps all over. Wen Lanfeng coughed and came over to disturb them with embarrassment. He said that, Yu Qianqiu, can you give me a refreshing pill? Wen Rui hasn't removed the control of the magic eye yet. No problem. Yu Qianqiu was in a good mood. He took out a small bottle and poured out a pill for him. Wen Lanfeng carefully put it away as if he had received a treasure. Nongzhu came over with a sullen face. She stared at Wen Lanfeng and said seriously, How is your injury? I think it's a big trouble. Let Lu Yin see it in the morning. If you need help, take advantage of the fact that everyone is here. She glanced at Yu Qianqiu and thought that this guy had a lot of treasures. He could even remove the control of the magic eye. Maybe he also had a panacea to save Wen Lanfeng. Yu Qianqiu, who was holding hands with Yin Yu and flirting, didn't know that Nongzhu had paid attention to him. Wen Lanfeng smiled bitterly and said, The blood devil palm is really not simple. The blood in my body is about to solidify. Plus, I was injured just now. I'm afraid there's no way to save it. I can't hold on for a few days. Don't bother anymore. Hearing that Wen Lanfeng was going to die, Yu Qianqiu was embarrassed to flirt with Yin Yu anymore. He looked at Wen Lanfeng with great sympathy and concern. Lu Yanqing, who was silent in sorrow, suddenly raised her head. It seemed that she just remembered that Wen Lanfeng had been hit by Yin Juexing's blood devil palm. She hurriedly grabbed Wen Lanfeng's hand and anxiously said, There must be a way. There must be a way. I must have a way to cure you. I must be able to cure you. There was a tremble in her voice. It was the fear of losing the most precious thing. Wen Lanfeng looked at her quietly. This was the first time that she took the initiative to hold her hand. Although it was to check her injury, it could be seen that she still cared about her very much. Unknowingly, Wen Lanfeng's eyes became a little moist. He slowly turned his head to the side, and inadvertently, 2 streaks of tears slid down his skinny cheeks. How many years of unwavering love! How many people laughed at him behind his back, but his sincerity had never wavered. For her, he could give up everything, because in this world, there would never be anyone who would treat her better than himself. Today's scene was what he had dreamed of, and he had always hoped that one day she would take the initiative to hold his hand, but wasn't this day a little too late? If only he had a little more time to reminisce about this moment, it would have been good. Why did it have to happen when she was about to reach the end of her life? Fate was so cruel. People who had reached Wen Lanfeng's level of cultivation would naturally have some understanding of their own injuries. She estimated that she was almost there. Only Lu Yanqing, who was treating Wen Lanfeng, was anxiously murmuring, "I must be able to cure you. I must be able to cure you." Everyone else was silent. It seemed that they had even forgotten to breathe. They all noticed the tears on Wen Lanfeng's thin and dark face. This scene shocked everyone. Wen Lanfeng, a top expert in the cultivation world, was actually crying. Chapter 783. Wen Lanfeng raised his face as high as possible. He didn't want the tears on his face to fall, nor did he want Lu Yanqing to see it. Yes, Lu Yanqing really didn't see it now. She was burning with anxiety, and the only thing she was thinking about was how to cure Wen Lanfeng. She took out a set of instruments from the storage bag and pricked Wen Lanfeng's finger with a silver needle. For Yu Qianqiu, it was like a test. However, Lu Yanqing didn't see it, but it didn't mean that others didn't see it. His head was raised higher and higher as he faced the sunlight, causing the tear stains and teardrops on his face to become more and more conspicuous. They sparkled and sparkled on his skinny and dark face, as clear as his heart towards Lu Yanqing, without any impurities in his eyes. Anyone who saw Wen Lanfeng at this time would be moved. The two women, Enchantress and Yinyu, couldn't stand it anymore. They turned around quietly and sobbed secretly. Their silent tears were much stronger than Wen Lanfeng's. They kept wiping their tears, but they couldn't dry them. The men were speechless. It seemed that they understood many things they didn't understand before at this moment. The bitterness in these two lines of tears was not something that outsiders could understand. Which of the men present didn't ridicule Wen Lanfeng in their hearts before? But these two lines of tears made them understand that Wen Lanfeng was not stupid. He knew what sarcasm was, and he knew that he was an idiot in the eyes of outsiders. However, his love was more persistent than anyone else. His love was purer than anyone else, and his love was more thorough than anyone else. He was determined to protect his true love. He would rather give up everything, even his own life, than let his beloved suffer a little grievance. Was this behavior stupid or not? Was it rational? Anyway, these men admitted that none of them could do it. But because of today, they remembered what was called sincerity, an incomparable sincerity. Damn it. Why are you crying? You make me feel uncomfortable. Yu Qianqiu scratched his scalp with a strange expression. Li Duxing took a deep breath and slightly closed his eyes. His face looked more indifferent. Nongzhu looked at Lu Yanqing, who was getting more and more busy, and suddenly frowned. She seemed to have gradually lost her sense of propriety. She immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Lu Yanqing, what the hell are you doing? Can you cure the blood devil palm or not? If you can't, we'll think of something else. Wen Lanfeng doesn't have that much time for you to waste." Lu Yanqing shivered, and the thing in her hand fell to the ground. She squatted down and picked something up and said in a trembling voice, Can cure?" Nongzhu asked curiously, "If you can cure it, why are you still busy? Hurry up and treat it. If there's anything you need, just tell us. We'll think of a way to solve it." Wen Lanfeng took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him and quickly wiped away the tears on his face. He looked at Lu Yanqing and said with a faint smile, "I guess there must be something difficult. Since that's the case, then forget it. There's no need to force yourself." "Bullshit. What do you mean by don't force yourself?" Nongzhu stared at Lu Yanqing and shouted, "Lu Yanqing, stand up and talk to me. What's going on?" Lu Yanqing slowly stood up, pinching the thing in her hand. It seemed that she was very hard, and her knuckles had turned white. Under the repeated urging of Nongzhu, she finally said with a pale face, "Make a few elixirs, and I'll cast a spell, and then I can... She had been there all the time, but there had been no result, which made them very anxious. Nongzhu touched her forehead and did not know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Can what? Tell me quickly. Is Wen Lanfeng's life so unbearable in your eyes?" The last sentence was a little heavy. Lu Yanqing immediately shook her head, and then bit her lip and said, Force out the blood in the body together with the suppressed blood devil palm, provided that we find two people with similar blood types to draw their blood for Wenlanfeng. First, wash the whole body with blood, and then change the whole body blood again. Nongzhu was stunned and doubted. Is this method feasible? First wash, and then change all the blood in Wenlanfeng's body. How much blood will it take? Then won't the blood of those two people be drained? Wouldn't it be exchanging two lives for one? Now he vaguely knew why Lu Yanqing did not answer. This woman never killed people. What was the difference between this way of saving people and letting her kill people? There's really no need. Wenlanfeng stared at Lu Yanqing and said with a faint smile, Yanqing, your master is famous. In this life, you uphold the medical ethics passed down by your master and only save people. Although you have cultivated until now, you have never killed a person, and I have never even heard of you fighting with anyone. You are like an orchid in an empty valley in this deep mountain. How can I let you kill? How can I let you feel uneasy for the rest of your life? Humph. Yu Qianqiu sneered and said, Not necessarily. Didn't you see that she was alive and kicking and wanted to kill me? Nongzhu said with a sullen face, Why are you meddling? Fine. Yu Qianqiu said, I won't meddle in this matter even if you ask me to. Wenlanfeng smiled bitterly and stretched out his thin hands towards Lu Yanqing's shoulders. Just when he was about to touch them, he stopped in the air. He was used to holding Lu Yanqing when she was in a coma. Now that she was awake, he was afraid that she would be unhappy. After a moment of hesitation, seeing that Lu Yanqing did not object, he slowly put it on her shoulder. The man and the woman looked at each other and suddenly showed a knowing smile. Lu Yanqing suddenly said with certainty, I can do it. I must do it. I will cure you. Wenlanfeng put his hands on her fragrant shoulders and shook his head with a smile. Your hands are the cleanest and most benevolent hands in the entire cultivation world. They are as pure as your heart. I won't let them be tainted by killing because of me. Lu Yanqing took his arm and said anxiously, As long as I can save you, I am willing to do anything. But I refuse. Wenlanfeng smiled and said, I don't want you to feel guilty because of me. That's bullshit. Nongzhu gritted her teeth and said, Fine, you are all the kindest people in the cultivation world. We are all evil people. Then she turned around and said, Yu Qianqiu, they all want to sacrifice themselves to be good people. Can you think of a way to help them? Yu Qianqiu was also gritting his teeth. When he heard this, he was stunned and said, How can I help them? Nongzhu immediately pointed to Wenlanfeng and said, Think of a way to save him. Won't they save killing people? Yu Qianqiu rolled his eyes and said, I don't know anything about the blood devil palm. How can I save him? Nongzhu winked and gestured. Do you have any elixirs? Like the spirit's sobering pill just now. You're crazy. Do you think I run a pharmacy? Where did you get so many elixirs? Yu Qianqiu waved his hand and snappily said, No, you just told me not to get involved. You really don't want to save him. Nongzhu said harshly. Yu Qianqiu immediately raised his eyebrows and sneered. What? Do you want a one-on-one fight? He was not afraid of Nongzhu now. He would fight with her any time. You too, don't worry about me. Wenlanfeng stopped them and looked at Yu Qianqiu and said, Yu Qianqiu, I really want to ask you for a favor. I hope you can help me. Yu Qianqiu was stunned. If it was Nongzhu, he would not mind arguing with her. But Wenlanfeng, a dying man, was begging him. It was really hard for him to refuse. He smiled awkwardly and said, Forget it. You don't have to beg me. I'll try my best. No, you misunderstand. I don't want you to save my life. It's something else. As long as you can promise me this, I'd rather die than regret it. Wenlanfeng smiled calmly and said, You're the only one in the world who can do this. Others may not be as good as you. Yu Qianqiu and Nongzhu looked at each other. The others were also confused. Yu Qianqiu asked suspiciously, What's the matter? I can't guarantee that I can do it. Tell me about it first. His old habit was to leave a way out for himself first. Wenlanfeng said with a free and easy face, Lu Yanqing accidentally said that your music is unparalleled in the world. There are only a few people in the world who can get a song from you. Once it comes from you, It's a peerless masterpiece, enough to be sung for thousands of years. She is very envious of you. I hope you can also write a song for her. It's my last gift for her. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yu Qianqiu. Temptress was one of the people who knew Yu Qianqiu's attainments in this aspect. She could not help but show a very expectant look. Yin Yu's eyes were full of little stars. She had begun to plan in her heart to ask Yu Qianqiu to write a song for her. On the other hand, Yu Qianqiu's face turned green and twitched. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "Senior Wen, don't make things difficult for me. I'd better think of a way to heal your injuries. This is more important to me than curing my injury. It's my last wish." When Lan Feng sighed, Nongzhu immediately became furious and shouted, "Wish my ass." When Lan Feng, you're out of your mind. What the hell are you talking about? All the people were speechless. Lu Yanqing anxiously pulled Wen Lan Feng and said, "I just said it casually. Don't take it seriously. The most important thing is to cure your injury first." Yes. Damn. No wonder I felt it was familiar. Yu Qianqiu suddenly clapped his hands excitedly and shouted, attracting everyone's attention. He laughed and said, "Senior Lu, the method of blood exchange you mentioned actually doesn't require people to die. Think about it. Why'd you have to find 2 people? Can't you find 200 people? Everyone will be fine, and we can save people. What do you think of this method?" He suddenly thought of this method because he suddenly thought of the blood donation in his previous life. Wasn't it just gathering a little to make a lot? For people in this era, although the method was simple, the idea was very advanced. Generally, they would not think of this. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Yanqing again, looking forward to her reply. Lu Yanqing's eyes lit up and she said in surprise, "Of course it's possible. Why didn't I think of it?" Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that. They had finally found a way to make these 2 brainless men and women compromise. Nongzhu looked at Yu Qianqiu approvingly. He could see that as long as this guy was forced, he could always squeeze out a good solution to the problem. Chapter 784. Good. That's settled. Nongzhu waved her hand and said, "With Lu Yanqing's medical skills, there should be no problem. As for finding hundreds of people to draw their blood, it's a piece of cake. In Baiwan Kingdom, as long as when Lan Feng asks, not to mention 200 people, even 20,000 people can be easily gathered. Lu Yanqing, why don't you go to Baiwan Kingdom with Wen Lan Feng? It's also convenient." Lu Yanqing nodded slightly. Her eyes swept over the once lush and beautiful Lingfang Valley, which had become a barren land, and a trace of sadness and gloom flashed through her eyes. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Yu Qianqiu looked at the enchantress and Yin Yu, and then looked at a mortal crocodile standing alone on the mountain not far away. He said with relief, "All right, everyone disband and go about their own business. We're leaving too." He was about to greet Immortal Crocodile and return to the demon domain with the enchantress and Yin Yu. Unexpectedly, when Lan Feng said, "Wait, Yu Qianqiu, you still haven't replied to what I just asked of you?" Yu Qianqiu was stunned. He was speechless to meet such an unreasonable person. He was about to lose his life, but he still asked for a song. He was not only a love-struck fool, but also an idiot. Nongzhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Wen Lan Feng, heal your injury first. It's not like we won't meet again in the future. Why are you in such a hurry now?" Wen Lan Feng immediately transmitted his voice to Nongzhu. "It's not that I'm unreasonable, but it's really rare to encounter such an opportunity. This guy has always been elusive. Who knows when we will find him again after we break up this time? What's more, I know that Lu Yanqing really likes his songs. If I don't take advantage of my injury now, it will be really inconvenient for me to ask for his help in the future. You should know that his current identity and cultivation are not what they used to be. You beat the drum. Just treat it as helping Lu Yanqing realize this wish. Besides, you're also a musician. Don't you want to see for yourself whether this guy is really as talented as the legend says?" He secretly transmitted his voice to Nongzhu, pretending to be in deep thought. Then he said slowly, "Nongzhu, I know my own injury. Although Liu Yanqing's medical skills are extraordinary, anything can happen. What if I have an accident this time? Nongzhu stared at Wenlan Feng, dumbfounded, and then looked at Yu Qianqiu with a strange expression. Wenlan Feng was right. He also wanted to see if this guy was really as talented as the rumors said in the cultivation world. But no matter how he looked at it, this guy looked like a hooligan. How could he be talented? Liu Yanqing did not know what Wenlan Feng was thinking and comforted him. Don't worry. I'm sure I can cure you. Yu Qianqiu, who was a little speechless, immediately nodded and cooperated. Yes. Yes. Senior Liu will definitely be able to cure you. Don't think too much about it. Wenlan Feng said with a wry smile. Yu Qianqiu, is it so difficult for you to compose a song? The weather is unpredictable. If something really happens, today will be the last time we meet. Do you really have the heart to let me leave with regrets? Damn it. Someone even cursed himself to have an accident. Yu Qianqiu found it hard to refuse him and couldn't help but hesitate. Nongzhu immediately coughed and said, Yu Qianqiu, all the right and wrong are in the past, but you can't forget one thing. She did help you before. You could decide what to do. I won't say more. Yu Qianqiu suddenly felt something was wrong. He was watching Nongzhu's expression suspiciously. Suddenly, someone behind him poked him. Looking back, he found it was Yanyu. He could not help asking her what she wanted. Yanyu said seriously, Isn't Senior One asking for it for Senior Liu? If it's convenient for you, compose a song for Senior Liu. As he spoke, he turned to look at the allure beauty and continued. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. Senior Liu has always taken good care of us. The allure beauty immediately met Yu Qianqiu's gaze and nodded heavily. The reason why Yanyu tried so hard was that she wanted to see if her man was really talented. She was looking forward to it very much. The temptress was also looking forward to what new song Yu Qianqiu could compose. Damn it! Since when did I owe so many favors? Yu Qianqiu glanced at them and finally looked at Wenlan Feng and Liu Yanqing a few more times, wondering which song he should choose that was more suitable for the two of them. What song should he choose? In contemplation, he paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Sometimes he looked up to the sky, and sometimes he bent down. The people around him suddenly became a little excited. Judging from Yu Qianqiu's behavior, he had undoubtedly agreed. Obviously, he was preparing a good song. The temptress and Yanyu secretly looked at each other, and a smile quietly appeared on their faces. However, Nongzhu was still deeply doubtful. Was this guy for real? Could he compose a classic song in such a short time with his rascally look? How could a so-called classic be called a classic if it was not thoroughly tempered? At this moment, Yu Qianqiu's eyes suddenly stopped on a hillside in the distance, which was covered with weeds. It was so far away that he stared at it carefully. Amidst the lush green short grass, there was a beautiful beauty blooming alone. The bright red color contained a little black ink. It was very beautiful. It was the poppy flower that he was very familiar with in his previous life. It was swaying shyly in the wind. He could not help sighing inwardly. I used to plant on a large scale in my previous life. Damn it, I was distracted. When he came back to his senses, he accidentally glanced at Liu Yanqing. He was stunned for a moment, and then he looked back at the flower and thought to himself, got it. Now that he knew what to do, he began to act tough again. In his words, since he had already given his all, he had to perform well when it was time to do so. Otherwise, he would have suffered a loss. He gazed at the Yu beauty with a faint smile on his face. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking abnormally tall and straight. He exuded a scholarly aura, and he really did have the demeanor of a scholar. Everyone present looked at each other in dismay. They all felt as if he had suddenly become a different person, and the feeling he gave off was like the difference between heaven and earth. Nongzhu squinted her eyes and laughed in her heart. Is this guy for real? Everyone's gazes followed Yu Qianqiu's gaze to the distant hillside. Because the surrounding area had been plowed by the battle, the green on the hillside was exceptionally eye-catching, especially the Yu beauty that was swaying shyly in the wind. Right at this moment, Yu Qianqiu flew over in a graceful manner and slowly descended on the hill. He stared silently at the flower for a while, before he sat down cross-legged and casually took out a zither and placed it on his knees. Is it really starting? The enchantress and Yinyu immediately flew over, and Nongzhu also flew over with a smile. When Lanfeng called Lu Yanqing to fly together, Li Duxing could not help but run over to join the fun. He had heard Yu Qianzhou's playing and singing in the ghost village, and it was really not enough. Immortal Lord Crocodile had a strange expression on his face as he moved closer to the group. However, he was still a distance away from them. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Qianzhou smiled elegantly at the fresh flower in front of him. It was a very graceful thing to do, but with his braids, it made people feel awkward no matter how they looked at it. Nongzhu said, "Boy, can you do it? If you can't, don't pretend here." Yu Qianzhou continued to maintain his poise, feeling disinclined to pay him any attention. Once he provoked him, the two of them would start bickering, and that would definitely ruin the atmosphere that had been built up with great difficulty. He looked up at Wen Lanfeng and Lu Yanqing and said with a faint smile, "Since Senior One has spoken, I, Yu Qianzhou, will present a song called Woman Flower to you two seniors. Enjoy it carefully." Woman Flower? The few of them smacked their lips and looked at Lu Yanqing together. It was obvious that the name of the song was specially made for Lu Yanqing. There was a faint trace of envy in the eyes of Enchantress and Yinyu. Wen Lanfeng seemed to like the song very much. He happily looked at Lu Yanqing, who was silent, and then looked at Yu Qianzhou, his eyes full of expectation. Yu Qianzhou stretched out his hand and gently caressed the Yu beauty in front of him. When he retracted his hand, he had already played a gentle and beautiful tune on the strings of the zither. The melody was so unique that it instantly dispelled the doubts in everyone's hearts. It was as if in the blink of an eye, they were placed in a quiet and serene valley. Everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on the Yu beauty. Yu Qianzhou's fingers were nimble and light as he plucked the strings of a zither. When a melody entered a soft and quiet state, he had already begun to echo the heartstrings of the zither. He sang, "I have a flower planted in my heart, budding and waiting to bloom. Day and night, I eagerly await the one who has the heart to enter my dream." The beginning of the song was heart-stirring. In the blink of an eye, everyone was surprised, but in the blink of an eye, they were comforted by the beautiful music. Nongzhu stared at Yu Qianzhou in astonishment, her face full of disbelief. Lu Yanqing was the most moved. Her body trembled slightly, and the beginning of the song had already made her mood a little uncontrollable. Wasn't she singing her own heart? Yu Qianzhou stared at the Yu beauty affectionately and said, "Woman's flower, swaying in the world of mortals. Woman's flower, swaying gently in the wind. I only hope that there's a pair of gentle hands that can soothe the loneliness in my heart. I have a flower. The fragrance of the flowers fills the branches. Who will sincerely seek traces of the fragrance? Flowers don't bloom for long. What can be broken must be broken. Women are like flowers in a dream." Even if there was no flower in front of everyone at this time, there was already a flower in their minds, swaying gently in the wind, so lovely and touching. The sentence, "who will sincerely seek traces of the fragrance," immediately made Lu Yanqing bite her lips, almost unable to help herself. When Lanfeng's mind kept echoing the sentence, "Flowers don't bloom for long. What can be broken must be broken," tasting a trace of impulse. No need to hesitate to cherish the taste. Yu Qianzhou smiled and shook his head slowly and continued to sing, "I have a flower growing in my heart. True love no one understands. Weeds have covered the hillside. The most heartache is to admire oneself. Woman's flower swaying in the world of mortals. Woman's flower swaying gently in the wind. I only hope that there's a pair of gentle hands that can soothe the loneliness in my heart. Woman's flower, swaying in the world of mortals. Woman's flower, swaying gently in the wind. If you smell the strong fragrance of the flower, don't ask me for whom the flower is red." This section of faint singing immediately caused everyone's eyes to once again focus on Lu Yanqing. Everyone seemed to understand her in an instant. It turned out that this woman's heart was so weak and helpless, so beautiful that it made people feel heartache. Nongju stared at Yu Qianqiu speechlessly. She couldn't imagine how this guy could understand women so well, especially Lu Yanqing so well. The sentence, "If you smell the strong fragrance of the flower, don't ask me for whom the flower is red," made Nongju's thoughts fly, and she returned to those indulgent times. Yu Qianqiu's voice suddenly became high-pitched. After loving, one knows how heavy it is. After getting drunk, one knows how strong the wine is. Flowers bloom and wilt in the end. Fate does not stay. Like the spring breeze comes and goes, women are like flowers in a dream. Fate does not stay. Like the spring breeze comes and goes, women are like flowers in a dream. Women are like flowers in a dream. Chapter 785. The mountain breeze blew gently, and the sound of the zither stopped faintly. Everyone stood there in a daze, and they were captivated by the final note. They were dazed, and they were unable to recover from it for a long time. Yu Qianqiu looked around and was very satisfied with the effect. His act of being a gentleman was not in vain. He put away the zither and bent down to pluck the shy beauty Yu. He sniffed it and walked to Wen Lanfeng with a smile, waving it in front of him. Wen Lanfeng came back to his senses and looked at Yu Qianqiu with eyes full of amazement. He bowed deeply and thanked him. "I have long heard that Yu Qianqiu is talented, but I never believed it. Today I have seen it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. You are indeed worthy of your reputation. You flatter me. It's fine as long as it can satisfy Senior Wen." Yu Qianqiu stuffed the beauty Yu into his hand and patted it. He smiled and said, "If you have smelled the fragrance of the flower, don't ask for whom the flower is red. You must know that women are like flowers. Flowers are like dreams. There is no need to hesitate. I wish Senior Wen's lover a happy ending." Wen Lanfeng nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you." He then strode to Lu Yanqing and presented the flower in his trembling hands. He did not dare to look into Lu Yanqing's eyes. Only when his hands were empty did he dare to raise his head to look at her. Lu Yanqing held the beauty Yu in her fingers and sniffed it with a depressed expression. Who knew that she would gently walk to Yu Qianqiu and stare at Yu Qianqiu with her clear eyes and ask, "Who do you think can understand the loneliness in my heart? Why don't you go to ask him?" Everyone's eyes flickered with suspicion. Yu Qianqiu's face stiffened. He immediately shook his head and said, "I really don't understand." He then pointed to Wen Lanfeng and said, "Senior Wen is a man with a heart. He will definitely understand." Lu Yanqing's eyes flashed with a trace of undetectable desolation and said with a faint smile, "I have always been very curious. What kind of world is Yu Qianqiu's world? Can you tell me?" The enchantress and Yinyu looked at each other. Nongju's mouth was slightly open, and Wen Lanfeng's chest was rising and falling rapidly. Li Duxing closed his eyes slightly. Immortal Crocodile, who was not far away, looked at him with burning eyes. Yu Qianqiu paused and secretly glanced at Wen Lanfeng. Then he laughed and said, "My world is wonderful and exciting. It's hard for ordinary people to adapt to it. Just like the flower in Senior Lu's hand, it was only suitable to grow in this secluded valley, waiting for a sincere person to pluck it. On the other hand, the mortal world outside would only tarnish it and make it lose its original fragrance. Then it would no longer be it. Two different worlds could only exist side by side, but they could never intersect. Therefore, there is no need for Senior Lu to explore my world." Lu Yanqing looked at the flower in her hand and said with a faint smile, "But it was you who plucked it just now." Yu Qianqiu was taken aback. Suddenly, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Senior Lu, I'm a crude man. I'm more interested in the topic of having sex with women. Flowery topics really don't suit me. You should find someone who understands." Then he said to the enchantress, Yinyu, Immortal Crocodile, and Nongju, "The matter here is over, and we should go." Then he cupped his hands and said to the others, "Goodbye." After that, he took the lead and flew away, The people he called immediately followed him, and even Nongju did not say a word. The sky was high, and the clouds were thin, and the earth was boundless with mountains. There was still a slight breeze blowing through the mountains. On the hillside, there were 3 people standing quietly amidst the lush green weeds. Lu Yanqing, who now had short hair, stared blankly at the horizon where Yu Qianqiu and the others had disappeared. She softly and tactfully murmured, "Fate does not stop, like the spring breeze that comes and goes. Women are like flowers in a dream. Women are like flowers in a dream." In the sky, the group of people flew quickly in the direction of the South Sea purple bamboo forest. Immortal Crocodile, who had the highest cultivation, was following behind, and Yu Qianqiu was flying slowly in front, listlessly. Nongju flashed to his side, coughed, and said, "Well, Yu Qianqiu." Yu Qianqiu suddenly turned around and interrupted, "I know what you want to say, but I don't want to talk to you now, and don't ask me anything." Nongju ignored him and sneered, "I know what you think I want to say to you, but it is not what you think. I just want to praise your good singing. You have deceived many women with your singing, haven't you? F***CK. I lied to you." Yu Qianqiu was so angry that he turned around and flew backward. He pointed at them and said angrily, "I said I wasn't going to sing, but you guys just had to instigate me to sing. Now look at you. Singing caused trouble, didn't you?" Nongju sneered, "The most beautiful woman in the world. You must be proud of yourself, aren't you? I don't have anything in common with you, so don't talk to me." Yu Qianqiu warned and turned back to fly. The Allure Beauty and Yinyu looked at each other in dismay. The former gave the latter a meaningful glance, and Yinyu tacitly understood and flew to Yu Qianqiu's side. She said in astonishment, "The song just now was very nice. What happened when he sang? Why didn't I recognize it?" Yu Qianqiu raised his eyebrows and tilted his head with a suspicious look. Yinyu ignored him, hugged his arm, and said coquettishly, "When are you going to give me a song? Is that okay?" Yu Qianqiu's spirit was immediately roused when he touched Yinyu's ample bosom with his elbow. His gloomy face instantly brightened up, and all his worries were thrown out of the window. He winked at her bosom and said, "Do you really want it?" Yinyu nodded solemnly. Yu Qianqiu immediately smiled like a fox that had stolen a chicken and promised, Okay, sure. Find a place where there is no one, and I will sing 18 touches for you." "Really?" Yinyu said with surprise. Yu Qianqiu moved his elbow and said with a smile, "Of course." Yinyu saw that he was unhappy, so she came to cheer him up. She didn't expect that Yu Qianqiu would really promise to give her a song, so she was really overjoyed. She didn't expect that his words were full of dirty meaning, and she hugged him more tightly in joy. Yu Qianqiu's face was full of smile. Happiness is always more important than trouble. The night in the South Sea purple bamboo forest was especially charming. Tonight, the purple bamboo forest was filled with the laughter of women. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, and it is lively when they are together. Purple Dress was very happy to have a companion, and she fully displayed the spirit of a host and welcomed them warmly. The 3 women chattered almost endlessly, and all the men stood aside. There should have been 4 women, but unfortunately, Furong had taken the limit-breaking pill and was still in a stiff stage. This also made Yu Qianqiu a little nervous, worried that Furong wouldn't be able to accept Yinyu's appearance when she woke up. He asked Yinyu in return, and she seemed very generous, showing that she didn't care how many women he had, but was afraid that others would dislike her because of her poor background. It could be seen that she was a little worried that Furong wouldn't accept her. Yu Qianqiu could only comfort her out of kindness. After all, now that things had come to this, he had to slowly try to make them get along, and they couldn't not see each other for the rest of their lives, right? It was the first time that Yu Qianqiu saw the night view of the purple bamboo forest. At night, the forest was filled with misty, spiritual qi, which could be said to be quite dense, and all of it was emitted by the purple bamboo. This made Yu Qianqiu feel a little strange. Plants could actually emit spiritual qi, and when he asked Nongju, he also didn't know the answer. However, The most strange thing was that the joints of the branches of the purple bamboo were actually glowing with a faint purple light, which couldn't be seen in the daytime. Under the night sky, looking at the bamboo forest, there were dots of soft purple light everywhere. And when a gust of night wind blew, the purple light swayed, and it was very beautiful. Yu Qianqiu made a net bed and found a place where the bamboo was sparser and pulled it up, lying on it, biting the bamboo leaves and looking at the stars. The sky was full of stars, and with the purple light swaying around him, a gust of wind blew, and Yu Qianqiu swayed on the net bed, feeling like he was in a dream. This place was so beautiful that it was a little unreal, and he was really envious of Nongzhu for finding such a good place to live. If only I could live like this leisurely for the rest of my life. He couldn't help but let out a sigh, with his arm behind his head. What are you sighing about? Immortal crocodile, who didn't mix with others, suddenly appeared beside him. Yu Qianqiu tilted his head and smiled at him. Seeing that he was stroking the bamboo next to him, he couldn't help but sit up and ask curiously, "Old monster, is there such bamboo in the celestial world?" Immortal crocodile touched the bamboo joint that was emitting a soft purple light, looked around, and slowly shook his head. "I've never seen or heard of such a magical bamboo. Not only does it emit light, but it can also emit spiritual qi, which is really incredible. I didn't expect such a good thing to exist in the world. Even you haven't heard of it?" Yu Qianqiu looked around, and his expression became serious. It should be known that Immortal Crocodile's experience was among the best in the celestial world, and he himself regarded him as a know-it-all. Who would have thought that even he didn't know about it? This was a bit unusual. Could it be a natural treasure? "When are you going to leave?" Immortal Crocodile suddenly asked. Yu Qianqiu came back to his senses, looked at the chatting women, and sighed. Some people are destined to be happy, and some people are destined to pay. Let's do it now. With that said, he jumped off the net bed, and the two walked into the depths of the bamboo forest. In the Inn of Lust City, Yu Qianqiu left Immortal Crocodile's room and went straight to the door of Boli's room. He pushed the door and found that it was indeed not locked. These natives were used to staying in the tribe and had no habit of locking their doors. He closed the door, walked to the bedside, and kicked Boli, who was sleeping soundly, awake. When Boli saw him, he immediately asked where he had been, as he hadn't seen him for the past few days. Yu Qianqiu smiled slightly. He realized that this fellow seemed to have gained a lot of weight after not seeing him for a few days. It seemed like he was living a good life. He didn't say much and got Boli to find the other tribesmen. After everyone arrived, he asked them in detail about their experiences over the past few days, and there was nothing unusual. He sent them to Utopia and let them meet their tribesmen. He sat by Boli's bed and fell silent for a while. His gaze gradually deepened, and he instantly made a decision. If Huang Tian still hadn't found any news about the purple flames, he wasn't prepared to wait any longer. He didn't have the patience to wait any longer. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.